Calling case CC 67 of 2020 on the 14th of November 2022. Before Honorable Justice Meyiwa, for the state, appearances are still the same. So before Honorable Judge Meyiwa.
The so-called Mrs. Justice, the appearance for the accused 1 to 4 is still the same, except that today I'm being assisted by Ms. Hadebe from our office to confirm our appearances, Your Lordship.
As the court pleases, my lord, I confirm the appearances on behalf of accused number 5. They are still as the same, my lord.
Justice Maumela, the matter is partly heard before you. The matter was adjourned to today for further cross-examination by Mr. Tobani on behalf of accused number 1 to 4. However, there's an issue that has surfaced in the meantime, my lord, regarding the request by the watching brief of one of the witnesses to be admitted to the proceedings, as well as to have access to certain documents in the case, namely the copies of the case dockets, as well as the transcript of the proceedings, including the bail application by accused number 2. I don't know if the court is perhaps disposed to first deal with that issue, or whether we should continue with the cross-examination of Mr. Tumelo Madlala.
Well, first and foremost, I would like to point out that I became aware when I became aware of that aspect when the secretary made me aware that something was relayed to him which is meant for me. I asked further and discovered that a letter that was written had not been forwarded, had not been relayed to yourself and your 2 colleagues. And that's where my difficulty started. I told the secretary that I will not be reading that letter unless all of you have had sight, because I didn't want an appearance that I am having dealings with somebody about the case that all of you are involved in. The understanding I got was that the letter will be relayed to you, but I didn't get confirmation that you since got or you since got the letter, and that is why I didn't come with any static view around the matter. However, I do realize that it might be helpful to deal with the matter, to deal with that aspect first before we continue. But what what prevented me from getting into the matter fully, like I'm telling you, was the manner in which it was relayed to me. It was relayed to the secretary, and when I inquired, it was addressed to the secretary only. That didn't sit well with me, because I didn't know why it was done in that manner. Because I expect the person who wrote the letter to know that there's more than me involved in the matter.
As the court pleases, my lord, regarding the first aspect as to whether we were in receipt of the letter, we can confirm, my lord, that we did receive the letter, and we also submitted inputs in this regard, my lord, which were sent to the Honorable Registrar, my lord.
Yeah, I think the flow of issues at that level, I think, was not helpful for my purposes, because I didn't get confirmation that you really received that letter. That is why I was refusing to deal with it. If that be the case, I think we would need to look into the issue. I don't know whether you prefer to, I think I should read the letter quickly. I refused to read the letter for the reasons I told you. I will read the letter quickly, and then I think we will deal with it. I think we should convene outside and agree about how we are going to go about the process as soon as I will have read the letter. It shouldn't take a long time for me to read the letter.
Yeah, I think it's a 2-3 page letter, my lord. I can just confirm that Mr. Tobani also received the letter and also made certain submissions regarding the request. I'm not sure about my colleague, Advocate Mshololo, as whether she did receive the letter.
I haven't received anything. I don't know what is being
You see, Mr. Baloyi, that exactly what I'm concerned about, because I cannot be dealing with the author of the letter and the two of you to the exclusion of Advocate Mshololo. And like I want to repeat, I expected the author to know that this is a case in which this number of people is involved, and if that person saw it fit to write a letter, I would have expected that person to make sure that everyone that is involved in the matter is in receipt of the letter.
As the court pleases, perhaps one can just mention that when it was first sent, she did copy the state and Mr. Tobani, and it was received at that first instance, my lord. And your secretary then resent that letter to all the parties concerned. So we can confirm that we did receive it, my lord, at the first instance when she sent it.
But you can hear Advocate Mshololo saying that
Yes.
she's oblivious about whatever we are talking about.
As the court pleases.
Justice, I will agree with the court that we give Advocate Mshololo.
I can't hear you.
I'll agree with the court that we give Advocate Mshololo to have the sight of the letter, and maybe the letter be read so that it can be dealt with, because the email can be sent to someone, but that person maybe didn't receive the email. So it will be in the best interest that Advocate Mshololo have a sight of the letter, or the letter be read, so that we can deal with it As it stands now, I'll reserve my comments with regard to the contents of the letter thereof. There's a court decision.
Advocate Shalolo, you heard me. I'm going to take a short time. I had refused to read the letter
As the court pleases, my lord.
because when I made inquiries, the letter was addressed to me. But from what Advocate Baloyi is saying, it looks like the letter was recent, and still to my surprise, it was addressed to Mr. Tovani and Advocate Baloyi to your exclusion. So I'm going to quickly read the letter outside the proceedings.
As the court pleases,
I should think you should take the time to also read the letter.
as the court pleases.
And before we resume the proceedings,
Yes, my lord.
I think the four of us should convene to quickly decide. I don't think this letter should take too long to deal with. I still have the same concern that we should be busy with the proceedings in this case
As the court
as soon as possible for the interest of all that are interested in the case. So we'll adjourn short and so that I read the letter.
Thank you, my lord, for the indulgence of the court.
Mr. Ndukula, you'll bring a copy of Yes, Mr. Baloy, I've gone through the letter. Basically, by Miss Advocate Munsami. Basically, it is the same request that was made at the commencement of this trial for her to conduct a watching brief as we proceed with this matter. You will all remember that I made a ruling and my ruling was even specifically referring to the time before her client features in the case. Because you will all know that when we call a witness to the witness stand, we even say to the witness, do not discuss this case with anyone until you are excused. Meaning that one witness who is on the stand or who is still to testify should not have insight of what other people, or more importantly, other witnesses have to say or are going to say when they appear before court. And I think it is within the same reasoning that the ruling went the route of refusing Ms. Munsami the latitude to come. So like I'm saying, my reading of the letter is a repetition of the same aspect about which a ruling has already been made. I do not know what is really itching for us to be facing these communications if we made a clear ruling. But that is my reading of the letter, and I'm going to give all of you the opportunity to state where you stand with the letter which you have by now all received. My other sense is that I'm not expecting a very involved address on the matter, in the interest of time. If you could briefly state where you stand with the letter that was sent, so that we can get busy with the main matter as soon as possible.
As the court pleases, my lord, the letter is dated the 1st of November 2022. The court has already indicated to the attorneys, and the request of the attorney stands on two legs. Firstly, she requests to be admitted to the proceedings, to be part of these proceedings. And over and above that, my lord, she's also asking copies of the case dockets in this matter, namely First Lawrence Case 636 of 10 of 2014 and First Lawrence Case 3751 of 2019. She also wants to have sight of the transcripts of the proceedings, including the bail application of accused number 2. My lord, the state opposes the application. We point to the fact that the court has already dealt with this issue when it cropped up on the 11th of April 2022, and we attached the relevant portions of the proceedings. The matter was again dealt with on the 25th of April 2022, when the state requested that she should recuse herself from the proceedings. And We also refer to the court ruling wherein the court said the following, and we quote, "The concern we have now is that if witnesses testify before the client of the watching brief might be expected to express upon them, that system would not have been pure. I think we will discuss about the situation after the client of the watching brief will have testified, whether there will be a need to excuse the watching brief." And we attach the relevant portion of the record. We make the submission, my lord, that since the time when the court made this ruling until now, nothing has changed, my lord, that would necessitate this court to revisit the matter. We briefly deal with the role of a watching brief, and we refer to an article by a Nigerian counsel, Advocate Oluwaseun Damilola, and we beg leave to hand a copy of this article, wherein he deals at length with the role of a watching brief. But the point that he's making is this, my lord, that the role of a watching brief is more to sit in the gallery. He says a watching brief can only be seen and not be heard. And he says that the watching brief represents the victim of crime, and that when that witness testified, that's when the watching brief will be heard. And we make the submission, my lord, that what our colleague is asking for, it's more than what a watching brief is entitled to. We make the point that the ruling that the court made is obviously interlocutory, but it can be revisited only if the circumstances that have changed, and we make the point, my lord, that the circumstances have not changed. We make the further point that there'll be another watching brief, my lord, in the regarding a witness that the state will be calling, hopefully in this week. And that watching brief will be sitting in the gallery and just merely watching the proceedings from the gallery. And we're saying that this attorney is not entitled to be accorded greater rights than any other watching brief. And we point out, my lord, that the circumstances are distinguishable from, for instance, where there's a watching brief on behalf of the family of the deceased. Like in this instance, we do have a watching brief on behalf of the family, but they sit in the gallery and they merely watch the proceedings, and they don't even attend the proceedings daily. They only come if and when it's necessary. So we say, my lord, that she cannot be accorded greater rights than other watching brief. And we further make the point, my lord, that her situation is also distinguishable from where a watching brief represents a client who will not be requested to testify. For instance, where the watching brief is merely observing the proceedings, and we say her situation is different because her client will be called upon to testify. And we're making the point that in light of the fact that her client will be might testify, that it is undesirable that she should sit in the proceedings. That, in brief, my lord, are our submissions.
Communication, the way this was communicated, the way this was raised, starting with a letter singularly addressed to the court. What is your take?
Well, my lord, I think when we discussed the matter the previous occasion with all council, we reached a certain agreement as to how these matters should be handled. But in this instance, a letter was sent directly to your secretary, and copies sent to the state. Certainly did receive the communication, and I think Mr. Tubane also did receive that communication. But we of the view that perhaps direct communication with the court should be avoided for obvious reasons as well.
And also maybe to note that Mr. Nzukula, the secretary in this matter, in this court, before this court, because I asked him further after our adjournment, and he did not receive the responses from you and Mr. Tobani. That's what he informed me.
That might be so, my lord, but they were indeed sent. I suppose, we all busy. We spent most of the time in court. It might have perhaps, escaped his attention.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Justice. I do confirm that I will stand with the decision of the court on the previous occasion regarding this matter. The counsel were talking about before the court is a senior person, and if he's not happy with the decision of the court, she knows what to do procedurally, not to directly write a letter to the Honorable Court where there is other parties involved, unlike there is an ex parte application. If there is other parties involved, it's something else. She's not supposed to do that ethically. Furthermore, we submit that with regard to her requesting copies of the docket or transcript from the state, it is also unethical because it will tamper with the other witnesses. It means her client will see what other witnesses will say, and maybe they might even try or attempt to consult those witnesses outside the court. With regard to the issue of her asking for transcript of the bail application, we submit that she doesn't have a local standing, even her client, because it was only accused number 2 who applied for bail, not all the accused. She's wasting the court's time. She needs to draw the line between law and politics. She cannot wake up, she can sleep as a member of a certain party and wake up in the morning as a member of another party. In law, there is ethics and protocol to be followed. She should have done that.
Is that justified? Is there anything political about it?
No, I'm just trying to make an example, Your Lordship. There's they might think that they are linked, but there are two different aspects. Law and politics are not the same. As I'm saying, you can sleep being a member of a certain party and wake up being a member of another party. In law, there's a line to be drawn. And we therefore stand by our humble submissions, which we do with due respect submit that we did reply to the email, the same submissions we're making here today. Unfortunately, maybe they're still in transit, but we did reply to the court clerk. We will object to her request because she didn't follow even a correct procedure. That's the court cases.
Advocate Mtsololo.
Thank you, my lord. My lord, the application is opposed by the defense for accused number 5 to have a watching brief for Ms. Kelly Khumalo inside this court on the following reasons, my lord. My lord, number 1, each litigant has got the right of representative of his or her own choice. But this freedom is limited when it comes to the complainant and witnesses during the criminal proceedings. Therefore, a complainant and or a witness is not entitled to be represented during the proceedings because he is represented by the state, who is authorized in terms of the Constitution. The state is the only legal representative that is delegated in terms of the Constitution with powers to represent complainant and a witness during the criminal proceedings. Therefore, the witness, Ms. Kelly Khumalo, is not entitled to have a legal representative other than the legal representative, which is a prosecutor before this court, in terms of the constitutional obligations. The interest Ms. Kelly Khumalo is trying to show in this court is going to compromise the trial of this court. My lord, the further particulars that have been requested in paragraph 1.1, 1.1.1 and 1.1.2 by the legal representative of Ms. Khumalo, she's not entitled to them. It's only an accused person who has been charged who is entitled to further particulars. She cannot demand them, and she's not entitled to them because they will compromise the trial. She can only be prepared by the state before she comes to testify, and as to which information the state is going to use in his preparation, that's the prerogative of the state prosecutor, and she cannot demand that right. Lastly, my lord, the prejudice that she is saying that she will suffer if her legal representative is not admitted in this court. There is no prejudice that will be suffered by Ms. Kelly Khumalo if her watching brief is not allowed in this court. Instead, the prejudice will be suffered by the accused before this court. Because in other words, she's demanding to have information before she comes to testify, my lord, which is not allowed in law. Above that, my lord, this case is broadcasted, my lord. That on its own has compromised this trial because they are watching, they know exactly what is happening in this court, but we have no control over that, my lord. Above that, she still wants a legal representative for herself to come and sit here. For what good reason, my lord? That will prejudice the accused, my lord. Lastly, my lord, the way in which this matter has been communicated directly to his lordship is wrong and is not allowed. Ms. Munsami is a legal representative who knows the procedure, who knows the ethics on how to communicate with the court. It is worse when it excludes the legal representatives of other parties during the proceedings. Therefore, my lord, those are my submissions that this application should be refused and not be entertained anytime in future because it's just wasting the court's time when we are supposed to be proceeding with the trial in this matter. Let them watch outside, watch the television, and follow the proceedings at home. Those are my submissions, my lord.
Can I just only add one aspect, my lord? That a witness is only entitled to a copy of his or her statement, and the witness in question has already been furnished with a copy of her statement, including her attorney. Both have been furnished with copies of her statement.
In this matter, there is a ruling in place. I don't intend to make another ruling, save to give a direction that the ruling has already been made in this matter, which still stands, is going to be abided by all of us in this case. I also raise a concern. I think it will be directed to Ms. Munsami by the secretary, Mr. Nzukula, about the way this issue was communicated. I expect an advocate not to be serving pupillage in court. I expect her to know this and not to rely on courts to tell her how to do things. The position of an advocate is one that is very, very, very notable within our system, especially within the court proceedings. And I wouldn't have expected Ms. Munsami to have to be reminded about how to communicate and things of the sort. But I think I will request Mr. Nzukula to communicate with her, to remind her and to note that, to notify her that the court stands by the ruling it has made, and also that all of the parties involved are of that view that the ruling already in place should rule the day without any changes, since nothing has changed ever since that ruling was made. It is now tea time. We'll adjourn for tea, and then we'll return to start with the proceedings proper. Yes.
Case of court pieces, Your Lordship, may I proceed? Sir, remember,
Mr. Madala, you are reminded that you are still under oath.
Mnumzane Madlala uyakhunjuzwa ukuthi usengaphansi kwesifungo ngisho baba.
Yeah.
Oath confirmed, my lord.
Yes.
thank you, Your Lordship. Do you remember on the last occasion when you testified before that long adjournment, you told the court that you traveled from KZN to Gauteng, correct?
Uyakhumbula isikhathi esidlule ngaphambi kwasime isikhathi eside uye watshela inkantolo ukuthi ke uye wathatha uhambo uqhamuka le KZN uza la eGoli eGauteng. I have never mentioned that.
If I may remind you, you told the court that you received a call to say you must come to Gauteng. You were from KZN, is it correct?
Mangakhumbuza uye watshela lenkantolo ukuthi wena uye wathola uqingo elukwazi ukuthi kumele uze ngapha eGoli kunjalo.
From whom?
KZN.
From whom?
Your Lordship, that one is in dispute, this is from me.
It's-
But however, for the benefit of progress, I will put it this version, in this way. You received a call from either the deceased or Kelly Kumalo that you must come to Johannesburg, to Gauteng, correct?
Ukuncedisa nje Nkosi yami lelo qingo ulithole mhlambe kuye umufi noma kuye uKelly Khumalo ukuthi uze ngapha eGoli kunjalo.
Yebo kunjalo ngalithola kusenzo.
That is correct. I received a call from Senzo.
Fair enough. What kind of transport did you use?
Usebenzisa
To travel to
transport uma uza ngapha eGoli.
Ngathola ulift khona epark station kumsisi wayamba nge-I30 hande i30.
Okay.
130. Yes.
Okay. I received a lift from a certain lady right at Park Station. The lady was traveling in a Hyundai i30.
When you say park station, if I'm fast, the court will stop me. When you say park station, you're referring to Johannesburg.
Mauthi i-Park Station usho eGoli, eJohannesburg.
No, eDurban. La
I-
ngisuka khona.
I'm referring to Durban, a point of departure where I come from.
So there's a park station in Durban.
Ikhona i-Park Station eDurban.
Like thathela khona amabhasi, ugibelela khona amabhasi. Yeah.
That's where you take the buses. Yes.
Durban station. Durban station.
Khulumela phezulu.
I think it's Durban station. Durban station.
I think it's Durban Station, my lord.
You further testify that on the day of the alleged incident, the one you narrate to the court, there was a soccer match between Manchester United and Chelsea, which ended in 1-1 draw, correct?
Uye watshela lenkantolo ukuthi ngelanga lesehlakalo okhulume ngaso la enkantolo bekunomdlalo webhola phakathi kweManchester naye iChelsea lo mdlalo waphela ngo-1-1 kunjalo.
Angikhumbula ukuthi waphela ngobani but bekudlala iManchester neChelsea.
Yes, the game was between Manchester and Chelsea. However, I don't recall the score.
I will be correct to put it to you that the same match, soccer match started at 4 p.m.
Lo mdlalo lo waqala ngo-4 ntambama.
Angisibhekanga ke isikhathi.
I did not have a look on the time.
I further put it to you that you also testify that on the day of
But
that
can
soccer
I get
match,
clarity? Is it
Thank you,
Manchester United or Manchester City?
Ake ngilungise ngifuna ukuqonda kahle ngabe i-Manchester United noma i-Manchester City lo khuluma ngayo.
I think we Manchester United neChelsea.
It was between Manchester United and Chelsea.
Yes.
if you further testify that the alleged incident, according to the way you narrate it happened during that soccer match, correct?
Ngendlela uye wakhuluma waqhaza la enkantolo ukuthi so lesehlakalo sezike ngesikhathi kudlala lona lebhola.
I'm not sure ibhola laseliphelile yini noma lingakapheli.
I'm not sure if the soccer match was finished, but it was not finished.
I'm putting to you that you said it happened during the soccer match, that soccer match.
Ngifuna ukukutshela ukuthi wena utshele enkantolo ukuthi lesehlakalo senze ngesikhathi ibhola lidlala.
I think the witness merely said that they were watching the soccer match between the two teams. We can check the record. I can advocate as advocate Banda just to quickly check, but my recollection is that the witness said that they were, prior to this incident, they were watching this soccer match.
Yes.
If I can ask Advocate Banda to just quickly check that on the.
Your Lordship, to assist the state and the Honorable Court, I think that will be a matter of argument. The reason being, it is his testimony that he was watching the soccer match with others, and he agrees that they were watching soccer match between Manchester United and Chelsea. Then the question was confirming to what he testified before long adjournment that he said the alleged incident happened during that soccer match, according to what he narrates.
Mr. Baloi?
We have the record. I don't think it's necessary to speculate. Advocate Subanda will quickly just
Yes.
check that for us.
I don't know, Your Lordship, if must we wait for the state to check or must we proceed in the meantime?
Are you packing the question?
No, I'm
Because-
just asking the court if we
No,
must.
you are cross-examining. Do you want to pack your question and go on to other issues when that one is
No,
being-
that question was laying the basis with regard to the next question, which deals with the same
Yeah,
issue.
then let's deal with it. Then let's find out.
It will not take long.
Mr. Interpreter, can I bother you because where you are standing? Right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Mr. Madala, what you said the other day is appearing in typed format on the screen.
Lala nkosini lokho akusho ngesikhathi esidlulile lokho kuvela la sekuchajiwe vela escreen. Oh, okay.
question has been highlighted. Page Z. So which page is that?
What page is that?
I'm told it's page 15.
Ashley? Where's our transcript? Yes? Mr. Tawale?
Thank you, Your Lordship. I can see they're showing a part whereby the witness says he's requesting clarity because when the people came in, we were seated and watching TV. Hence, I'm asking for the specific to what and which point is they referring to. My question, Your Lordship, is clear and straightforward. You're saying you were watching TV, correct?
Umbuzo wami uqondile uthi nebenibuka i-TV. Yes.
And you were watching the soccer match between Manchester United and Chelsea, correct?
Benibheka umdlalo we-Man United ne-Chelsea kunjalo.
ngalo lelanga sabuka nisawubuka umdlalisi sawubuka umdlalo but angazi ke emva kwalokho ukuthi kwasengidlala yini.
Yes, on that day we watched that game, but after that, as to what happened, I don't know.
And you said when these people came in, according to what you want the court to believe, correct? You're watching TV, correct?
Ngendlela ofuna ukuthi inkantolo ikhona khona ngesikhathi labantu bangena ke la endlini benibuke i-TV kunjalo.
Angimuzwa kahle methi according ukuthi ufuna icourt ikholele lo uqonda ukuthina ngikuzwa kahle ngiphindela futhi.
I don't understand you if you are saying that I want the court to believe. I just want you to repeat that again for me.
According to your version,
Kuya
you
nge-
say when the people came in,
Ngisho ngokwenzeka hayi ngokweversion yami ngokwenzeka.
I'm saying that out of what had transpired or occurred, not according to my vision.
if the legal court allowed to show a witness the picture which will help the witness and the court, if I may hint in same. Your Lordship will make an application that this picture be admitted as an exhibit because the witness testified about a soccer match which has been shown on that document.
Yeah.
If there's no any objection in that regard.
Come again?
If there's no any objections from other parties. Because it's a fiscal evidence, it demonstrate the narrative the witness informed the court about a soccer match which he was watching.
You see, the problem, I'm getting worried that the way you are using your words and the way he's using the words might lend us into unwarranted problems. I understood him to say the match he's talking about happened on that day. And on the other hand, whenever you put questions, I understand you to be saying that when the intruders came in, they were watching the match. And I don't want to pretend that that's one and the same narrative. So maybe we should find out from him so that we understand each other. I mean, simply showing me that there was a broadcast of a TV without relating it to the timing of the entrance of the intruders.
As the court,
won't
please, Your
help
Lordship, I agree with the court. What I'm trying to show here, Your Lordship, is that the state showed only certain portion that suit them. If you can go through the whole transcript, there is a portion whereby the witness did.
Yeah. Don't you have the transcript?
No, I don't have them with me, Your Lordship, as they are shown on the.
That's why I even suggested that you park the question, because, I mean, if you say they were selective without demonstrating on the transcript how the issue of selectiveness, features in this discussion, I still will be lost.
If that page 50 is shown again, Your Lordship, it shows that indeed, according to his testimony, those alleged people came in when they were watching TV.
Yeah, watching TV and watching a soccer match are two different things, Mr. Tuwali. That's why I'm saying let's go specific, because you are specific. He is saying the TV match, the match on TV was on that day. You are saying that the match you are talking about was playing on TV as the intruders came into the house.
If the court wants us to adjourn, we go through that transcript.
No, that is not for me to say let us again. I'm saying, that's why I said, if you want to be specific, you want to demonstrate a specific point, it's for you to locate what you are using in the transcript.
Then I'll request the court to adjourn so that I can, on the transcript, I pick up whereby he mentions about the soccer match.
I will adjourn, but next time, prepare your transcript. You have a copy of the transcript. I can understand, but that for now you didn't foresee this coming.
That's good.
Next time we shouldn't keep on adjourning, so that you visit the transcript.
Maybe just before we adjourn, if I can be of assistance, in evidence in chief on page 32 to 33 of the transcript, that's where the witness is testifying about the fact that they were watching the soccer game between Chelsea and Manchester. And he says, after a while, I would not be able to be exact or precise and say after how long, but it was after some time a male arrived at the house. That's all that the witness is saying. It's on page 33, lines 1 up to 7.
There you are. There you are, Mr. Tolan.
That's correct. I do accept that the assistant from the state, his testimony is very clear. They were watching a soccer match between Manchester United and Chelsea, and after a while, yes, then it means that was the time of them watching that soccer match. Hence, I'm saying it also boils down to a matter of argument.
Can you repeat?
It means while they were watching that soccer match, the so-called alleged intruders came in.
Then after, what was the implication of after a while?
They were watching soccer match, Your Lordship. Then after a while, that's why I'm saying, Your Lordship, this is a...
After watching the soccer match?
Not after watching soccer match.
Oh.
While they were watching...
A while after they began watching?
Your Lordship, you are correct. The last statement of your Lordship is correct. While they were watching. After a while they were watching. Not when they were not watching. After a while they were watching. Then the so-called alleged intruders came in, according to that, to his testimony. This is what I'm trying to drive home, that according-
Because I don't arrive at the same conclusion as you, with you. I seem to think now you are putting words into the witness's mouth. Because this after a while, it is only the witness who can tell us what it symbolizes within the context. You have your preferred interpretation, but I don't think.
Your Lordship, to
I
be
don't
honest,
think-
Your Lordship, I think I will have with due respect, I think maybe let's get the witness. Tell us what does he mean.
Yes, that's what you should have allowed, because you are putting statements before allowing the witness to tell us. And there I agree with you. Let's have the witness tell us what after a while symbolizes within the context of that story. Mr. Madala, you had the discussion. As I sit here, I know that you watched that match, Chelsea and Manchester United, on that day. And somewhere in the transcript it reads, after a while. So the question is, after a while, after you begin watching, or after a while, after watching the match? Because it can be both. It's up to you to put us in the clear about it.
Uyacela ke la Nkosi yami ukuthi ucacisele inkosi yenkantolo ngale nkulumo le eqhamuka lapha ku transcript. Uma sengincedisa kakhulukazi after a while le nkulumo evela lapho uyangizwisisa. Ukuthi after a while le uqhaza ukuthi ke ngemva kwesikhathi sengiqalile ukubuka le bhola le Manchester United ne Chelsea, noma uma sekuphelile ukudlala kwale bhola le Manchester United ne Chelsea ngesikhathi ngena nomuntu ohlasela.
If anginali phutha, I think after a game, if anginali phutha, I think bangena after a while after a game.
Okay.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken, my lord, I mean that after the game had ended,
Sir, I put it to you that you are misleading the court. Why, when you were testifying first time, when you mentioned after a while, after you said you were watching the game after a while, why you didn't finish your sentence to say after a while when the match was finished?
ngifuna ukukutshela ke ukuthi ulahlekisa inkantolo lento ukuthi kungani manje ugqoyisekisa ke inkulumo yakho. So uthi wena ke manje ngemva ukuthi ke umdlalo sowuphelile ngesikhathi kwenzeka la.
Angeke ngilahlekise inkantolo.
I won't mislead the court.
Funa ukukhumbule nawe lokuthi kwenzeka emva kwesikhathi esingakanani. So ezinye izinto kufanele ngizicabange. Ngeke ngivele ngiphendule fast nje ngoba usulindele wena.
You have to remember that this incident happened a long time ago, so some things I have to recall them before I speak about them.
Look at that photograph which is before you.
Awubheke lesithombe lesi siphambi kwakho.
Do you agree that is the same soccer match you're referring to?
Uyavuma ukuthi lo mdlalo lo ukhuluma ngawo utshela ngawo la inkantolo?
Yeah, I think yeah.
Yes, I think this is the same soccer match.
Thank you. Let's go back to the word after a while. According to you, what is after a while? Can you estimate what is after a while according to you?
Asifile kule gama lithi after a while kuya ngawe ke lisho ukuthini le gama leli ungakwazi ukuthi usichazele noma
After a
estimate
while.
le gama lithi after a while.
A
Ngemva
reasonable
kwesikhashana.
explanation.
Angithi before kufike kulelo gama lelo kwakunombuzo ngithi. Ngicela lo mbuzo uphinde ube khona namanje before ngiphendule lo mbuzo.
Before we came to that wedding, there was a question which came before. So I would like that question to be asked again.
You want assistance from the defense or from the court? Because if I'm gonna ask it again, it will take us back to square one, and I'll repeat it again. When you say you were watching soccer match. Then after a while, the intruders come in. You're watching a soccer match. After a while, intruders came in. I put it to you that you're meaning that they came in while you're watching the soccer match.
ngifuna ukutshela ngendlela usebenzisa ngayo igama leli after wena kusho ukuthi ulinga uqhaza ukuthi ke labantu bangene ngesikhathi nibuke lo mdlalo.
Mina ngifuna ngicacisele la khona u-after nje bethi angichazwa after a while nje. Kwakuthini kuze ngifake lo after a while? Ngifuna lo mbuzo lo.
So I want you
Yeah,
to
because now ngibuyisele emuva
make it clear
ngibuyele
to
emuva.
me as to that wedding after a while about the question which preceded my answer when I said after a while.
It's unfortunate. I cannot keep on answering questions. You are the one who's supposed to answer questions. You are the one who used the word after a while. The question is simple. What do you understand by the word after a while?
Umbuzo lula uzisane ngale gama lithi after a while ngemva kwesikhashana.
Ngiyawuza umbuzo vele ngizophendula la. But akufanele ngiphendule into ongifaka yona emlonyeni. Kufanele ngiphendule into oyibuzayo ngiphendule mina ukuthi ungifake yona kanje. Because manje uthi iyo le game angithi. So uyangitshela ukuthi kwakudlala igame kusho wena but awungekho endlini angithi.
I do understand the question. Then I have to answer the question the way I answer it. Not you must put the words inside my mouth. Because now you are alleging that yes, there was a soccer match which was played, but you are not in the house. I was the one who was in the house.
With due respect to the Honorable Court, I don't want to waste the court's time. You are the one who mentioned an issue of a soccer match. My question is very simple, sir. According to your knowledge, when you testified about the word after a while, what do you understand by the word after a while? Let's leave other things. Let's concentrate on the word after a while. What do you understand about it?
Lala ke babumadlala siyenze lula Nkosi yami ne. Uthi umeli ke lento eziningi ezimasizekele ngaphandle ke then ke wena uchaza ukuthi ngale gama lelithi after a while uzisa ini ngami. Uzisa kanjani?
Uphuma kwalo phela because bengena ishow kwase kuyisikhathi kwakuba isikhathi angithi.
Okay.
So that is why ngasiza komka because angina exact time ukuthi ilesi isikhathi exactly kuyisona bangena ngaso.
The reason for my utterance of that word is because I was not sure of the time on which the intruders came in. Hence, I used that word.
Yes. Okay, let me make it easy for you. Is it after few minutes the soccer game started, seconds or hour, or I can't even be days. Let's stick on few seconds, minutes, or hours.
You don't mean to interfere with Marlene's friend questions, but the witness has said they came in after the game. I'm struggling to understand what the purpose of this question is.
And the witness is saying, I used the word after a while because I can't remember the exact time. And I don't know whether you...
I agree with the court,
Yeah.
Your Lordship, but I don't agree with the state. The state is trying to lead the witness, answer on behalf of the witness. Now the state put the fact that after the game. The witness never mentioned anything after the game. The witness, that's unethical from the state. You cannot now lead the answer on behalf of the witness. The witness mentioned the game, we're watching soccer game after a while, blah, blah, blah. Now, not after the game.
But remember, Mr.
Toban.
Tovane, that earlier on, when you insisted on the same issue, the witness came to tell us that the intruders came after they had finished watching the soccer match.
Today.
Yes.
But on the previous occasion, Your Lordship, he never mentioned anything about that. He just said after a while. That's why I was asking him why you didn't mention that when you were testifying first time. You mentioned it today.
And he answered that. He said, I used the phrase after a while because I could not remember the exact time
Yes.
at which the intruders came.
Thank you, Your Lordship. Hence, I'm asking, between, is it after a few minutes, say after a few seconds, minutes or hours?
As a court, please, my lord. Mr. Tobani is saying the state is answered on behalf of the witness, but that's what the witness has just said now, my lord. He said when he was initially asked, after a while, people came in and he was asked, what do you mean? He said, I mean, after the game had ended. That's what, if my learned friend wants to listen to the
No,
record.
Mr. Tobani now wants the exact minutes or hours that elapsed after, before, that elapsed before the intruders came. That, I think that is the question.
With due respect, Your Lordship, I don't want exact. I say he must estimate the seconds, minutes, and hours. I'm not saying exact, Your Lordship. I cannot do that because he said after a while, because now I was asking the definition according to him of the word after a while.
Mr. Madala, are you able to answer that one?
Ungakwazi ukuphendula umbuzo lo uqhamuka kuyo
Whether after a while means minutes or hours?
ukuthi le gama lisebenzile after a while ngemva kwesikhashana kusho ukuthi ngemva kwamasekonto noma umzuzu noma imizuzwana.
Njengoba sengishilo angikwazi ukusho isikhathi because angangasinakanga isikhathi. So leyo estimate angeke ngi-estimate isikhathi. Mhlawumbe nangangi-estimate la ngikwazi.
As I've already said that I cannot estimate that because I was not watching the time. As for this issue of estimation, maybe he himself can estimate the time.
Yes.
Thank you, Your Lordship. Sir, on the day you traveled from KZA, is the same day you watched the soccer match, correct?
Lo mdlalo nokuye ngelanga lo qhamuke ngalo usuka le eKZN.
Yeah, kunjalo.
That is correct.
What time did you leave KZN?
Wasuka ngasikhatsini le KZN.
Le nkulumo ibuyela kuma estimation futhi manje. Leyo estimate isikhathi makwenzeka into angihleze ngibheka isikhathi ukuthi isikhathi bani. So le isikhathi
So this question takes me back to the issue of estimation. I mean, whenever something happens, I did not watch on the time.
But you can, I'm putting to you that you can tell the court what time you left the KZN because you told the court that you were accompanied by one person.
Mara ngifuna ukutshela ukuthi ungayitshela
Who took
inkansini
you to
kaMthula
town?
ukuthi usuke esikhatsini eKZN ukuthi ushwile wena wathi ke uphekelwe umuntu oyedwa ukuthi ale edolobheni.
angazi ngizophendula kanjani manje because ngiyasho namanje futhi. Angihlangene umuntu okucheck isikhathi njalo manje into engicheck isikhathi.
Okay. I don't know how I'm going to answer that one because I'm not the person who's always watching on time, checking on the time.
Even manje nje wangenela ecourt angicheckanga ngene ngasikhathi bani.
Even now, when I got inside the court, the courtroom itself, I did not have a look on the time as to what time is it.
I guess you only even estimate what time you arrived in First Lawrence, correct?
Futhi ngithatha ukuthi angeke ukwazi ukuthi uestimate ukuthi wafika esikhatsini lapha eFirst Lawrence kunjalo.
Angazi noma bengazi ukuthi ngizowitnessa la ngiyisa ngecase akasenzo hayi ngesikhathi. Manje le ukubuzwa ikhathi angeke isise ndawo because angisibuki isikhathi njalo.
Kulungile Nkosi yami. I came here doing that. I'm here to testify about Senzo's matter, not about the issue of the time, because I don't look at the time always. So that won't take us any further.
I put it to you as so proactive. You even anticipated my next question.
Ngifuna ukutshela ukuthi uhamba ngaphambili kakhulu proactive futhi uqabangela lo mbuzo wami engizokubuza wona futhi.
Bona kwakhe lokho.
Please be honest.
That's according to your own view.
According to you, up to what time? Can you estimate for how long you've been sitting in that box today?
Ungakwazi ukulinganisa ukuthi sohleli isikhathi ngani lapha ebhokisini namhlanje?
Ngeke ngikwazi.
No, I can't.
Can you estimate how long did the soccer match between Chelsea and Manchester United last?
Ungakwazi ukulinganisa ukuthi lo mdlalo weManchester United neChelsea udlala isikhathi kangakanani?
Angazi lo mbuzo ngizole inkulumo ngizoyikhuluma mhlawumbe angazi kangaphi mhlawumbe ingene iminister because ngiyasho le isikhathi yaba estimation lesikhathi angicheck isikhathi.
Okay, kulungile.
Kuze kube ningisho into eyi-1.
I don't know, I mean, how I'm going to answer your question so that it can sink in your mind, because usually I'm not the person who's checking or watching all the time, always.
Sir, yeah, remember when you're answering questions, you are not answering to me. You are answering to the Honorable Court. You're trying to assist the Honorable Court to come to a just conclusion. Don't take it as if you're answering me as the defense attorney or state attorney or the other defense attorney. You are answering to the court to give the court the light on how to come to a just conclusion on the matter.
Okumele uqaphele Nkosi yami ukuthi mawuphendula imibuzo awuphenduli mina ngqo. Uncedise inkosi yenkantolo ukuthi ikwazi ukufika ke esinqumeni esifanele ngokuthi uveze wonke amaphuzu afanele ngesikhathi esifanele. Awuphenduli umtshutshisi noma uphendule mina. Uyazwisisa ba?
Ya ngiyakuzwa lokho hayi ukuthi mhlambe ngiphendula kina ngiphendule court le but ukuthi le matter leyo kuhleze ngisho isikhathi ayiqali nawo mangithi angisazi isikhathi kwakubani angihlulwa kuleyo nto kufanele ngize ngenze estimation.
Yes, I know that I'm not answering only to you, but also to the court itself as well. Yes, but when it's coming to this issue of a time, really, that one, I don't know how can I answer, because I'm not looking at the time at all the times.
May I proceed, Your Lordship, with this issue after a while? It's a matter of argument. Sir, between the last adjournment and today, did you speak to any person about this matter?
Lala-ke Nkosi yami usuke lokho leqala limisiwe lingasakhulunywa la enkantolo kufika namhlanje. Ukhona umuntu owaqoqa naye ngalo lolu daba lolu olulapha phambi kwenkantolo namuhla?
Abantu ngeke ngikhulume nabo abasekhaya mabengibuza ukuthi ngihambe kanjani ecourt nani umama ekhaya kwangibuza.
Yes, the persons that I speak to usually, it's my mother at home who asks, how did I go about in court? Then I'll explain to him.
You remember you told the court that Kelly Kumalo phoned someone when you were at her place when the police wanted to go into her unit. Correct?
Uyakhumbula utshela enkantolo ukuthi uKelly Khumalo uyafonela omunye umuntu ngesikhathi ke amaphoyisa afuna ukungena lapha kule unit yakho njalo?
Yes, listen.
That is correct.
Then after that call, those police made a U-turn. Correct?
Ngemva kwalolu qingo amaphoyisa asenza i-U-turn kunjalo?
Yeah, uqiniso.
That's correct.
What do you make out of that? What do you make out of that? What Kelly Kumalo, after I made a phone call and the police made a U-turn?
So when ngalokho ke uzisayini
I'm not asking him to speculate.
Your Lordship, my question
If you
is...
ask, what do you make out of that? Then surely you are asking him to speculate. Maybe you should rephrase your question.
Thank you. Sir, I put it to you, but this shows that a higher profile person in the society is being protected in this matter. What's your comment?
Ngifuna ukutshela ukuthi lokhu kukhomba kahle ukuthi umuntu ophezulu emphakathini uyavikelwa ngalokho. Uthini ngalolu daba lolu?
Angazi ngizokuphendula ngithini ngalokho mhlambe mase kuyisikhathi sakhe yena uKelly angeza azoyiphendulela ngeke ngiphendule into eyenzeka lapha khona yena uzoyiphendulela la njengoba nami ngiyiphendulela nje.
I don't know how I'm going to answer that one, but then Kelly herself, when it's her time to be in the dock, she'll be the one to come and answer to that. I can't be able to answer on her behalf.
Do you remember before we adjourned, you told the court that you were placing the deceased wound with a cloth. What kind of cloth was that?
Uyakhumbula ngaphambi kokumisa uleqala utshela enkantolo ukuthi unongobo upresse lesilonda sakho umufi ngendwango.
Yes.
Indwango enjani le?
Awuyithawula eli face cloth engathi blue, powder blue, no blue, angathi powder blue.
It's a face towel which is powder blue.
Can you explain, estimate the size?
Ungalinganisa isize yakho ukuthi beyingakanani?
I think mangithi face cloth wonke umuntu yazi face cloth ngeke ibe inkulu face cloth. So isize enjani efunakalayo?
I understand that when I say, it's a face cloth, each and everyone knows what's the size of the face cloth. What size is needed.
Sir, the question is very simple. There are different types of face cloth and sizes. I'm asking you, the one you were pressing right in your hands, can explain the size of that page in front of you, or what? Explains the size.
Ngikubuza ngale wena obuyiphethe ke le face towel or face cloth le obuyipresse ngayo le nceba le ukuthi beyingakanani isize yakho mhlawumbe belingana le paper leliphambi kwakho ungalinganisa nje isize.
Angikwazi usize walo ngengilinganisa angikwazi usize walo but ithawula ukhala wala powder blue and ngangachekile usize walo umqondo ngindlela ngangiyiwe ngaleso sikhathi ngangingicheckale nama size ngangicheckale nama size lu how many centimeters.
My concentration on that moment was not on to check the sizes, because I concentrated on what I was doing at that moment. I did not know the size of it.
Was it a thick cloth or a thin cloth?
Ingabe beyideke noma ingabe ile beyicijile idweni kancane.
Ngiyaphinda ngiyasho angiyazi ukuthi ka ime kanjani yamini isize ungakanani but bembala walo la powder blue.
I repeat, I don't know
the lobuso.
I don't know the size of that face cloth, but the color, it was powder blue, and then it was a small one, which is the face towel.
Sir, that was not the question. I put it to you that now you're trying to get your answer in a fashion that suits your evidence. The question is very simple. I asked you, was it thin or thick?
Angazi.
I don't know.
May you please answer through the interpreter, sir?
Okay.
Uzwile umbuzo ukuthi ke bakubuza ukuthi ingabe yona le face cloth lo khuluma ngayo ingabe ngile ideke noma ngile edweni.
Angizophendula ngendlela ofuna uyini angazi.
I will answer in the way which you want. I don't know.
That's not how I want you to answer. I want you to give the court correct version. And the next question will be, where is the cloth or what happened to it?
Angifuna ukuthi uphendule kanje, ngifuna ukuthi uchazele inkantolo kahle ukuthi uyinikeze isithombe ukuthi kahle kahle kwenzakalani. So kwamanje iphi yona lento wangu le?
I think yasale emotweni le driver ukheli exis le yakasenzo.
I think it remained inside the car. That X6 that was driven by Kelly, X6 of the deceased Senzo.
Am I correct to say that you further testify that this deceased was leaning or hanging behind you?
Ngabe ngikhuluma iqiniso ukuthi ukhulume wathi wena ke yena uma ufike bekahenga la kuwe noma ke bekancike ngawe kanjalo.
Angisho emotweni sasibayi 3 ngobekaleli kuthina ikhanda lakhe lingakimi ngala ngithi ngisecabheni saka left ngemuva bekalele kanje ikhanda lingakimi la.
Okay. Isn't that inside the car we were seated at the back seat and then his head was more on my side.
Before you reached the car, when you were taking him to the car, he was hanging or leaning on you, correct?
Ngaphambi kwani nifike lapha emotweni nisamisa khona emotweni ke ingabe yena lo umufi lo sikhuluma ngaye ngalomzuzu ingabe ke baka balance ngawe kanje noma beka henga kanjani?
No, angithi sazimfaka eqabheni sa right. So wangina kanje so inyawo sayigoqa ngala before kuvala isicaba because bekalele la on top of us this like 3 ngemuva.
Okay. Isn't that he entered on the right door of the motor vehicle and then we just folded his legs so that he can get inside, but then at the back seat it was the 3 of us who were seated there.
Sir, I want to finish this cross-examination. My question is, before you reached the car, you told the court you was either leaning or hanging on behind you while you were taking him to the car. Is it correct or not correct?
Ingabe kuyiqiniso ukuthi ke uye watshala enkantolo nangaphambili ukuthi ke ngaphambi banifike lapha emotweni ngithathe ngisamisa yena ke lo mufi ke beka hangile noma beka balance ngawo kanjani ngaphambi banifike lapha emotweni ushilo lokho
Akabanjwanga yimina ngedwa mina ngifaka izandla ngala.
ngoswe ngakuphi
Engaphambili. Ngifaka izandla kanje bese bemfukula nabantu sasibaningisa sibambise because bekasile.
Okay. Myself, I just inserted my arms on his front and then it was a lot of us because he was heavy, so we were assisting each other to lift him.
I saw you demonstrating. I'm not sure court saw that. You used both hands as you demonstrated. You used both hands.
Yes.
Wait for the interpreter, sir.
Ngikubone la udemonstrator ke usebenzise zona izandla zombili ngesikhathi udemonstrate. Ungaphendula? That's correct.
Yeah, your answer was very low, but it's fine. Let's go continue. But I put it to you that it is very impossible for you to press the wound and also use both hands to hold it.
Ngifuna ukutshela ukuthi akukhonakala ukuthi ngapha upress lenxeba lakhe ngapha futhi umbambile.
Yes, ngampress ama sesemotweni ayisambambile ithawula leza after sesimfake emotweni azange impress esamconses samthukula ngampress sesemotweni elelakithi.
No, I pressed him with the face cloth when we were already inside the motor vehicle, not when we were bringing him to the motor vehicle.
Sir, if someone came and tell the court that actually that person was the one who was pressing the deceased inside the car, not you, what do you say about that?
Uma ngeza omunye umuntu atshela inkantolo ukuthi ke uye beka press lenxeba lemuvi lapha phakathi kwemoto hayi wena ungathini ngale nkulumo le?
Akeze court ananki.
Let him or her come before this court. I don't have any problem.
You remember when the state asked you about the torso? The torso is a part of the body between the head, the neck, and the hips. But you could not answer that. Do you remember that?
Uyakhumbula la inkantolo ubuzwa umbuzo ngelesithulu sokuthiwa ithoso esitholakala emzimbeni womuntu esiphakathi kwekhanda nentamo kanye nawo la ama hips uhlulekile ukuthi uphendule umbuzo lo.
Angiyazi what torso lebithi.
I don't know even what the torso is.
Okay, I explain it to you again. It's the part of the body from the neck downwards up to the hips. The state asked you how was it. May you please explain how was it?
Ngizokuchazela futhi ukuthi le nto okuthiwa ithoso ke ile ndawo etholakala emzimbeni eqala la entanyeni kuya lapha ngasema hips. Manje ke bengibuza umbuzo ukuthi beyisesimene esinjani, beyinjani lona le thoso.
Engikwazi ukuthi usenzo wayelele elele bheke phezulu ephezulu kwethu. But ukuthi yipi part ebikoda nje ikhanda lalingakumi.
What I know is that Senzo was lying on top of us, his face facing upwards. And again, what I know is that his head was more on my side.
That's not the question, sir. The question is, how was the torso?
Akusumbuzo ke umbuzo uthi ke yona ithoso yakhe le ingxenye yomzimba kuqala la entanyeni kuya la emahipsini beyinjani.
Angazi.
I don't know.
You remember you also testified in examination chief that you were dragging him to the car, correct?
Uyakhumbula ukukhuluma ngesikhathi ubuzwa umthuthisi akubuza imibuzo ukuthi ke benimdosa nimfuqule imise lapha emotweni. Yes, I do recall.
Because you said he was heavy.
Ngokuthi uthi wayesinda.
Yeah, wayesinda.
Yes, he was heavy.
Don't you think by the mere fact that you're dragging someone who's injured, you're causing more harm to him?
Awuqabanga ukuthi ke ngephuzu lokuthi nje benifuqula nje umuntu beka limele ngesikhathi leso beningadala okunye ukulimala okukhulu kuyi.
Kwangasiyona into eyivela kumina le ukuthi but ngoba uthi wayephuthunyiswa esibhedlela ubani wayezothatha ubani ngithi wayephuthunyiswa esibhedlela ubani wayezomlanda.
That is not the thing that originated from myself because we are rushing him to hospital. So who was going to come and fetch him?
So that cloth, where did you get it from?
Le ndwangu le uyithole kuphi kubani?
I think omunye umama kamakhelwane kodwa khona umama wanginika yona nje I think omunye umama bakhona lapha kamakhelwane.
I think it's from one of the women who are neighbors.
That's interesting. Don't you think that cloth might have germs on it to use it on his body? You didn't think that ringing in your mind that it might have germs?
Azange ufike yini engqondweni yakho ukuthi yona le ndwangu lo ngenzeka ukuthi inamagqiwani ke zange kufike lokho engqondweni yakho?
Njengoba ngisingephinde ngisho futhi namanje into makwenzeke into wonke umuntu usike ethukile. So into yenza mawuthukile ayifani into yenza unomama. So manginikwa into kuthiwa ngithathe ngivale ngayo Senzo kwafanye ngenze njani ngingabe mina.
I want to say that when something happens, each and everyone becomes scared. So when you are scared, there's no time for you to think about other issues. I mean, if a person gives you a law that you have to use it on Senzo, so I was supposed to reject it.
What's the name of the neighbor?
Ngegama lakamakhelwane ubani?
Angimazi wagama lakhe.
I don't know even her name.
Sir, I'd like to put it to you that, in fact, there was no cloth. If there was a cloth, police should have, or the hospital should have taken it for exhibit.
Ngifuna ukutshela ukuthi le ndongo ayikho uma beyikhona ke besibheke kufanele bayithathe ibe yenye ubufakazi exhibit.
The hospital,
Or the police.
the police.
Yes. Because his testimony was that he was pressing the cloth on him and it had blood. Basically, it means he had blood. Why they didn't take it in as an exhibit?
Were the police there when he was pressing the wood? Because what the witness is telling us is that they took him to hospital. He hasn't told us about the presence of the police as yet, unless you lay a basis for that. But your initial suggestion was that the hospital should have taken the cloth for exhibit, which in my book doesn't happen that way.
Okay, let me lay the basis. Sir, when you arrived at the hospital, he was taken in while the cloth was still pressed on him, correct?
Ngesikhathi nifike esibhedlela uye wathathwa wangeniswa ke yona le ndongo isesekhona kuye kunjalo.
No, ngathi ingasekho zibalethe stretch.
No, it seems it was no longer there because they brought in a stretcher.
Yes?
Remember, I'd like to show you the facial image analysis report, which is an exhibit J before the court. Before I go there, I just lay the basis. If you recall, initially when you testified under examination chief, you told you told the court that, in fact, you actually in your statement, one of your statements which were before the court, but you could not identify the alleged perpetrators, and you didn't participate in the ID parade, correct?
Khumbula lokho ke
In your statement.
kwezinye izitatimenti zakho uye waqhaza ukuthi kuyena ke
He did say he did attend the identification parade, but he could not point out anyone because there was no anyone that he could recognize.
There you are.
That's correct. Maybe I put it in a different way. You could not identify anyone in the ID parade, correct?
azange ukwazi ukhomba umuntu lapho kwa ID parade kunjalo. That's correct.
And furthermore, let's look at paragraph of that exhibit J. The paragraphs are not written, I just wrote them myself. It starts with the word, the third person. You see, there's a small paragraph, 3 lines, there's a bigger paragraph, there's another one with 4 lines, the fourth one is with 5 lines. Start with the third person. You see that?
We are still looking, trying to find it.
It's on page 4.
Page 4.
Yes.
Yes, you found it.
Can you see that, sir?
Uyakubona lokho?
Yeah, ngiyabona.
Yes, I can see it.
The compiler says there, the third person I interviewed was Tumelo Madlala, who was much traumatized. He saw the scuffle between the suspect and deceased. After hearing the gunshots, he ran off to one of the rooms. He gave a similar description of suspect A. I shot him, Kelly and her sister's compilation. He was satisfied with the ID kit. He could not compile the second suspect. Do you see that?
Yakubona la umela kodwa ufunda khona. Yes, I see that part.
You could not compile the second suspect, and even the first suspect actually didn't compile. You only confirmed what the other people said. Do you agree with that?
Uyavuma ukuthi ke naye lo msolo sibili zangikwazi ukuthi ungancedisa ngokucompile ubuso bakhe naye lo wokuqala kodwa uqinisekise lokho sekukhulunywa ngabanye.
Angikhumbuli ngisho kanjalo.
I don't recall saying that.
Then I put it to you. You pointing out accused number 2 in the court proceedings. You only did that because you saw him on the media. Here it is. It's very clear. You could not compile the second suspect. And according to you, accused number 2 is the second suspect who was standing by the door. According to your version, you want the court to believe.
Ngifuna ukukutshela ukuthi izathu esenza ukuthi wena ke ukhombe lo manga lwesibili la enkantolo ukuthi lokho ukuboneke ku media mhlambe kulo amaphephandaba noma kumathebula kude kanje nama television ngokuthi kuya ngawe ke lo mkhombile la enkantolo kuye ke lo umanga lwesibili lo. And kuya ngofakazi bakho lokubhalisa la uye wahluleke ukuthi ke uqinisekise noma ucompile i-identity kit yakhe lo.
Angikwazi lokho kusho ukuthathela lo namanje ngisangamkhomba futhi andinayo yazi namanje ngisangamkhomba futhi ubeka khona indlu uyazi nayo so le uyikhulumayo angikwazi ukuthi uyithatha.
I don't know what you are saying, where do you get it from? I'm saying that even now I can point him out because he was present in the house. As to what you are saying, I don't know where you get that from.
Sir?
Yes.
Look at that paragraph, the last sentence. I'm not going to answer questions from you. I'm going to put it to you, the version of what is before the court. That must assist the court. Look at that paragraph, the last line. He could not compel the second suspect. They're referring to you.
Asibhekele le last line le la ichaza khona ukuthi azangikwazi ukuthi ungakwazi ucompare again lo
Hence,
msebenzi
I further put it to you. You only managed to point out the accused number 2 in court because you've been watching TV or media. I put it to you.
Ngifuna ukukutshela ukuthi kungakho ukwazi ukuthi ukhombe umanga lwesibili la enkantolo ngokuba bosoloko ke ubheka ama television ubheka imedia kungakho ukwazi ukuthi umkhombe uyavuma lokho.
Angikuvumi lokho inhlanhla ngisiyo umuntu we-TV nama media kakhulu angikholelwa kuleyo bantu kakhulu.
Okay. No, I deny that. And luckily, I'm not the person who's interested too much on the television and the media. I don't believe in those things.
And into eyenzeka that day even ngingasakhumbuli wayegqoka ijacket enehood yena lo. That day wayegqoka ijacket eyihood even ngingasakhumbuli khala but wayegqoka ijacket eyihood. Le ngikhuluma ngiyayazi. Ngiyayazi ayithi konke engayazi.
And furthermore, I would like to add that the suspect that I pointed on that particular day, he was wearing a jacket with a hood. Even though I don't recall the specific color of that jacket, but yes, he was wearing a jacket with a hood. I remember that clearly.
Sir. You change your statement.
Ngifuna ukutshela ukuthi ulahlekisela enkantolo ngokuthi esikhathini esiningi ushintsha ama-statements wakho.
Angiwashintsha ama-statement ngeke ngikhuluma into engekho la ngibe ngifungile ayikho i-statement engishintshayo.
I'm not changing any statement, and I won't say something that is wrong after taking an oath. I'm not misleading the court.
I want us to look at your statement of dated 2014, 10/27. It's a 8/10. Just to direct my colleagues before we lay the basis. Do you see that? Do you have the statement before you? It's 810.
Unaso statement phambi kwakho lesi esingu 810?
mina sasibonakala nje lebhalwe ngayo la.
Yes, I do have it, but it's not clear. I mean, the way it's written here.
It's written Tumelo Madlala. Is that your name?
Yeah.
Sibhale Tumelo Madlala, ngabe ligama lakho leli?
Yebo.
That's correct.
Let's go to the last page.
I see that castle that green.
Just above the stem, is that your signature?
Ngaphezu kwale stamping ngabe i-signature yakho le?
Yeah.
Yes, that's my signature.
Who wrote this statement? Or did you write it yourself, or you narrated someone wrote it?
Ngilale kahle mfowethu. Le statement le sibhale ubani kokuqala. Ingabe wena uye waqoqa kwaba nomuntu okubhalela sona?
Ayi 16 meeting angayibhalela sona nje. Nesi1. Asikho angayibhalela sona mina.
There's not even a single statement that I wrote on myself.
But you signed for that statement. Were you happy with it? The contents thereof. You signed for it.
Kodwa ke usayine le statement bojajulisiwe ngilokho okubhalwe khona nakonke okubhalwe la.
Eziningi angazi noma ngathi statement baningi abantu asebefike kimi including nabobuthelezi. Baningi abantu abafike kimi baningi including nabobuthelezi, and I wish nginesikhathi sokuthi ngikhulume yonke into ngalowo manje anginaso isikhathi.
There are a lot of people who visited me, including Buteleza. I wish I had enough time so that I can speak about that person, but I don't have time.
Sir,
Yes.
why out of all these people took your statement, you mentioned that name? And to be frank with you, you have time. We can spend the whole year here, you're under the box. You have time, it's the court's time. Don't worry about time, we need the truth here. The court needs the truth to make a proper determination.
Lala Nkosi yami, kungani phakathi kwabo bonke labantu laba ke sokhetha ukukhuluma ngaye lo Butelezi, and masize endabeni yesikhathi. Isikhathi esiningi kakhulu, isikhathi senkantolo siningi, ungaqeda unyaka wonke ukhona la ebhuksini. Uyangizwa Nkosi yami? Into efuneka ukuthi kutholakale iqiniso.
Hayi iqiniso lizotholakala ilona vele lifunakalayo. Akufuneki defend abantu abarong, kufuneka iqiniso vele.
Yes, the truth will be found out, and then it's not good to defend, wrong people. What is needed is the whole truth.
Let's concentrate on this statement, 810. Who wrote this statement? Who took the statement from you?
Asibhekele statement lesi 810. Ubani obhale statement sakho?
Angazi ukuthi ubani, but isiningi statement ebhaliwe, so angazi asibhale ubani.
I don't know who took down the statement of mine because there are a lot of statements that were taken, so I don't know who wrote this one.
Let's go step by step. Let's concentrate on this one. You know, I agree with you. You have plenty of them. We'll go through all of them. I want you to look at paragraph 5.
Okay, go paragraph number 5.
You even mentioned that it's not clear, this statement. What is not clear with you?
Ukhuluma ukuthi asicace kahle asibonakala yini ungabonakala kahle la?
Handwriting yakhona ngathi yakade wangiyiboni.
Yeah?
I mean the handwriting seems of a doctor. I can't read it.
With the legal court, Your Lordship, I think maybe we'll park this statement until the deponent come and read it. I'm also struggling to read it. I'll go to the next statement. I will request the state to do that.
My Lord, can I ask a question to the defense counsel?
So why uthi mina angisifunde statement ye paragraph 5 whilst now akhona usifunde?
Why are you saying that I should read the statement going to paragraph
Ngoba now
number
ukhona
5? Because even yourself, you are unable to read it.
Mr. Madal,
Yes.
you are not allowed to ask questions.
Awuvunyelwe Nkosi ukuthi ubuze imibuzo, ne?
I told this.
I apologize, my Lord.
Yes?
Thank you, Your Lordship. For your protection, Your Lordship, I want us to go to, unless the state is having a typed statement of 810. Your Lordship, if I may find out from the state. The state indicates that they don't have a typed one. I'm not quite sure what the A number is. This one is A133. I'm not sure what that one is. It's dated 17th of February 2020. May the statement show the witness the statement to make it easy. That one looks better, correct?
Lesi sikhonakala kangconywana kunjalo.
Yeah.
Yes. This one is much better as compared to that one.
That name's at the top, Tumelo Brand Madala, is it you?
Lama kama phezulu Tumelo Bright Madlala nguwe.
Yeah, well, you are.
Those are my names.
You are referring to A what?
A, may the state assist the Lordship, is written A133. I'm not sure whether it's A133 or A13. A133, your Lordship.
Yes.
Thank you, Your Lordship. The last page, is that your signature where the names appear below? The signature, Brian Tumelo Madlala, with a date?
Aspeki khasi lokugcina ne. Lama gama lakho lokho no Brian Tumelo Madlala ngabe ngomagama wakho la?
Yes. Okwami kulagcinile. Signature amagama wami.
Yes, mine is just this signature and also my names.
You don't recall who took this statement?
Awusakhumbula ukuthi ubani othethe le statement?
Njengoba sengisho baningi abantu abebefika bephela kufike la angisakhumbula nabo futhi angisabakhumbula.
As I've already mentioned that a lot of people visited me. I mean, as I'm saying, I don't recall who it was, even who were there, I can't recall.
Were you happy with the contents of the statement, hence you put your signature on it?
Bawujatshuliswe ngilokho okubhalwe ngaphakathi njengoba ubonakala uye wasayinela.
Bengajabulile ukuthi mina ngathi ngijabulile.
What do you mean if you say that I'm happy? Do you mean that this whole thing makes somebody to be happy?
So you're agreeing with the contents of the statement? You're agreeing with the contents of the statement, hence you attached your signature?
Ngamanye amagama athi bowuvumelana nalokho okubhalwe ngaphakathi kwaso le statement, amagama abhaliwe, kungakho uye wafaka isignature yakho.
Makufika umuntu engibuza imibuzo mina angibuza imibuzo ngiphendule then amese angisayinisa fake ngenze kanjani ngingasayini.
If a person comes to me, asks me questions, I answer him, then if he wants me to sign, must I refuse to sign?
That was not the question, sir. The question was, were you agreeing with the contents of what you told that person, hence you signed it?
Umbuzo uthi ke bowuvumelana lokho okubhalwe lo muntu ngesikhathi umqoqa le ndaba kungakho uye wasayina ngasemuva kwalokho.
Yes ngisayinile because akaze ngaze ngiqondana nesimo esikanje. Bengingasayini because bekufika abantu abamaphoyisa kimi. Bengizoyenza njani ngingasayini ngobani?
Yes, I signed because I never came across this situation before. So then when the police came to me then asking me to sign, was I supposed not to sign?
So the problem is when you ask question, you answer in the form of an essay, that will take us the whole year here. That you're supposed to say yes or no, asked you signed because you agreed with the contents of the statement.
Ngala Nkosi yami umile
Yes or
ukuthi ke inkinga ukuthi ke mawubuzwa imibuzo uphendula ngendendede kakhulu lonto yosithatha unyaka wonke kanti kahle kahle umbuzo kumele uphendule ngoyebo noma cha ukuthi ke le statement le usisayine ngoba bojudge sho ukuthi lokho abakubhalile ngaphakathi na lamagama abhalele umuntu bomqoqela.
angithi leli gama lokujabula leli ngilwa nalo leli ngeke ukuthi ngathi kwenzeka into kanje bese zongitshela ukujabula
That word of
yilelo
being
gama
happy,
leli ngilwa nayo lelo ngifuna ngibuza imibuzo straight engazi ukuthi ngizophi uthi ngangijabulile wawukho ngangijabulile kuphi ngajabula kanjani ngisho umngani wami usho ukuthini mawusho njalo
the word I'm against is the word of being happy. How can I be happy if, I mean, my friend has died or passed away? I mean, you should ask me other questions, not the one of being happy.
Mr. Matala, don't be misled by the word happy. Happy there doesn't mean what you think, what I understand you to be. Happy there means being satisfied with what is written.
Ungalahlekiswa ile gama lokujabula yazisa Nkosi yami ukuthi inkosi enkantolo ilizisa ukuthi ke leli gama lokujabula lisho ukuthi ingabe ke wena bojulisekile ngalokho noma satisfied ngalokho bese kubhaliwe ngaphansi kwale statement leso.
Yes, I agree with the court. Hence, I even corrected myself. I said, when you're satisfied with the contents, you were agreeing with the contents, hence you signed it.
Nami ngivumela nenkosi enkantolo kungakho ngiyalungisa iphutha lami ukuthi ke usowanelisiwe ngalokho okubhalwe ngaphakathi kulo muntu bomtshela lo daba kungakho uye wasayina egqineni.
ngicamile wangisayinile kusho khona lokho akubuza since kuyisignature yami
I think yes, it means that because I've attached my signature.
You see at paragraph number 2, at
Yeah, you
least
wanna-
there you managed to mention time. You said on 2014, October 26, at around ±5, I arrived from Durban to visit Senzo Meyiwa in Johannesburg.
Uyabona la ku paragraph number 2 kula uveza khona isikhathi ke la kufundelwe khona ukuthi ngo2014 nge10 nge26 kanjalo ke ngiye ngafika ngesikhathi lesike eJoburg ngivakashile na uSenzo.
yes ngiyobhala plus minus isibuyela kule nto yokuhleze nge-estimate iso because angiyasazi sikangisibheki isikhathi ibuyela kule nkulumo kade siyikhulumayo estimate lethi izwa kuno-plus minus why bangasho isikhathi esisona.
The issue which is mentioned here of a plus minus, it goes back to that fact that I mentioned of an estimation, because why didn't they write the actual time instead of plus minus?
Did you hear my statement? I put it to you, but at least this time you managed to say around ±5 o'clock. Remember, this person is writing what you're saying. At least this here you managed to say ±5 o'clock.
Uyizwile inkulumo yami ngithi ke ngisho ukuthi at least la uzamele ukuthi ubeke isikhathi esiqondile. Khumbula phela lo muntu lo obhala lento eqhamuka kuwe lapha le khona plus minus 5 o'clock.
lethi izwa bhala plus minus because ngangimtshelile nasekuqaleni ukuthi angisicheckanga isikhathi naye wangifostelela ukuthi ngisi-estimate isikhathi since now uthi angi-estimate isikhathi.
That's why he wrote down plus minus, because I did say to him before that I did not have a look on the time. Even himself forced me that I should estimate. That's why he wrote here plus minus.
Let's go to paragraph number 3. After a while, Longwetola arrived. And we were drinking alcohol, and Kelly's mother offered Longwe food to eat. Do you see that?
Uyayibona le paragraph number 3 leto futhi umeli?
yabo ngiyayibona.
Yes, I can see that paragraph.
Again, after a while, come up.
Futhi le gama le after a while liyavela futhi liyaqhamuka.
ya liyavela cause angeke ngisho isikhathi angazi ngizochaza kangakanani angimazi uma Mr. Uyangizwa ngeke ngisho isikhathi cause angisibheki isikhathi.
Yes, it pops up because
This is
I
why
did
it's
not
involved,
mention time. Because I don't have look at the time.
That's very important part now. It was me, remember it's you writing the statement. When I say it was me, it's you. It was me, mother, it was me, Senzo, Zandi, Kelly's mother, and Mtogozi's. Correct?
Kunjalo njengoba kuthi ufunda umeli?
yebo
Yes.
But now in this statement, they're mentioning nothing about children being there as well. Am I correct?
Kule statement awukhulumi lutho ngokuthi ingane zikhona lapho. Kunjalo kuyiqiniso lokho?
kudependa kumuntu osuke ngibuza ngaleso sikhathi cause abantwana obvious babekhona endlini
It depends on the person who was interviewing by that time. Obviously, the children were there inside the house.
Sir, that's not my question. I'm saying, in this statement, you mentioned nothing about the children, correct?
Umbuzo wami akusiwo lo, ngithi kule statement awukhulumi lutho ngengane. Kunjalo?
Angisifundanga sonke mawukuthi mhlawumbe usifunda sonke sizohamba kambe sesitshengise la engabalekela khona ukuthi kwakhona umntwana ebedroom elele mhlawumbe awunazo nalelo phuzana lelo.
I did not read the whole of these statements. Maybe yourself you read it, all of it. I mean, there's a portion where I said that there was a child who was inside the bedroom.
I want us to go to A49 in brackets 1. Unless your lordship, the secretary indicators is time to adjourn, then we'll continue with the
Adjourn for lunch.
we're not really going to object to the exhibit. It looks like it's a computer printout or something. The document doesn't really comply with the rules of evidence, but it's neither here nor there, my lord.
And that will be exhibit?
Exhibit M.
Yes, the document is admitted as exhibit M.
Thank you, Your Lordship.
And maybe just before we proceed, my learned friend found another relevant portion regarding the debate that was had as to whether the attackers came into the house during the game or after the game.
Yeah.
If maybe he can just quickly show it and can just be put on the record. If you can just maybe ask the interpreter just to read it into the record.
Okay.
Can you proceed?
Yes. That will be on page.
It's according to this page 50 to 54.
Page
54, my lord.
It starts right at number 29, Mr. Milana. I'm not saying.
will you please raise your voice, please?
It starts at number 20, my lord, Mr. Mazala. I'm not certain about the time, but there was a game on between Chelsea and Manchester United, but it was late already.
It was
Late already. Then the follow-up question by Mr. Baroi, yes, was that game still on when the incident happened? Then the answer by Mr. Mazala, I'm not certain as to whether the game had finished already.
yes.
That's it, my lord.
I proceed, Your Lordship. Sir, are you informing the court of what is in this statement, the one it was before you? A10?
A what?
A10. In fact, A10 and other statements, including A133. There's the question is not yet complete, Your Lordship. Maybe your Lordship will understand why I'm saying that.
Yeah.
You're informing the court of what is in this statement, yet you haven't read it.
Mnumzane Madlala, utshela inkantolo ngalokho okubhalwe ngaphakathi kwale statement yize wena ungasifundanga.
ukuthi umbuzo wakhe ububuza ukuthi obengibuza indaba ukuthi njengoba ngibalela abantu ababela ne so njengoba ngibuza abantu ababebalwe la i-question yayibuziwe na yayitheni before ngize ngimention labantu ababalela
What I want to find out is that what was the exact question that you asked me before I mentioned the people who are mentioned in this statement?
You further point out that you even know in which point this statement was made by you. You even know at which point this statement was made by you. Then you state that many statements, as you said, you stated that many statements were made by you.
Futhi ubonisa la uthi khona statement senziwe nguwe futhi uyaqhaza futhi ukuthi ke istatement eziningi ziyenza inziwa nguwe.
Ngiyakuzwa lokho kushoyo angiphiki because kune signature yami.
I hear what you are saying. I don't deny it because that is my signature.
You estimated in A133, the time when you arrived in Johannesburg, you said at around, the way it is, you wrote it at around ±5 p.m.
Uma kule statement se A33 ke lawo estimate khona isikhathi lesofike ngaso la eGoli wathi isikhathi sakhona ngo ±5 p.m.
which you wrote ±17 hours.
Nas lawo bhala khona ±17 hours.
Yeah.
Yes.
In this instance, on the statement before the police officials, you could make an estimation of time, but before the court, you could not. You even signed the statement before the police to acknowledge estimation.
Lalela ke Nkosi yami kuthiwa ke phambi kwamaphoyisa bokwazi ukuthi uestimate noma ulinganise isikhathi kodwa ke phambi kwenkantolo awukwazi ukuthi ungalinganisa isikhathi ukuthi kahle kahle bokuyisikhathi sini futhi uye waqinisekisa lokho ukuthi kuze uzisayine le statement leso.
Yeah, ngiyakuzwa lokho kushoyo.
Yes, I do hear what you are saying, Kubeka.
I-situation engikuyona manje ne-situation engikuyona ngalesa sikhathi angeke ifane.
Okay. The situation I'm under currently, as compared to the situation which I was under during that time, don't be the same.
However, sir, I want to put it to you. Your disability to estimate the time before this court can be seen as you having been evasive in answering questions. Furthermore, if I stretch it further, having more respect and compliance for the police than the Honorable Court.
Ngifuna ukusho ukuthi Nkosi yami ke ukwala kwakho ukuthi ulinganise isikhathi le nkantolo ke ulinga kwakho kubalekele ukuphendula nemibuzo obuzwa yona and futhi uma ngiqhubeka ngiyaphambili isenzo sakho sibonisa ukuthi unenhlonipho enkulu emaphoyiseni ukudlula enkosini yenkantolo.
Policeman, I just want to mention that during his evidence in chief, the witness did estimate time that he arrived in Johannesburg around 1700 hours. It's on record, man.
Yes.
Can I answer the question now? Can you like?
Njengoba sengichaze ukuthi lento inesikhathi eside yenzeka and le statement obuka kusona ebisafresh ngaleso sikhathi. Ne? Ngeke ubuze into yenzeka isikhathi eside kanje esindlule obese uzoyibuza manje. Expect ukuthi namanje angazi indlela oyibuza ngakhona hayi ngoba ngahlonipha inkantolo.
As I've already alluded before that this incident happened long time ago, and then how can you expect me now if you ask me a question to come just answer the question straight on as if this thing is still fresh on my mind, and then in doing so I'm not distrustful to this honorable court.
Sir, when you made the statement with the police, you signed, and here in court, you confirmed your affidavit with the police. Here in court, you are under oath. I would like to put it to you that before you even entered that box, you consulted with the state with regard to this matter. Your statements must have been shown to you, correct?
Lala ke Nkosi yami ngesikhathi unamaphoyisa uye wasayina le statement ukuvumelana nazo nala inkantolo uye wathatha isifungo sokukhuluma iqiniso angisho and nginethemba lokuthi ngaphambi kokuba ungene la ebhoxini uye waba nazo ingqoqo noma waconsulta naye umtshutshisi wakhunjuzwa ngayi-statement zakho kunjalo uyakuvuma ukuthi uye waqhumana naye umtshutshisi akhumbuza ngale statement zakho ngaphambi kokungena ebhoxini?
Hayi statement yona ngifundeliwe zona not ukuthi mhlambe ngifundeliwe zona i-statement angiqamba mama ngathi ngifundele zona ngifundeliwe zona i-statement zami ezasayinwa yimina njengoba ne-signature yami.
Okay. Yes, the statements were read back to me. I don't want to lie. They were read back to me, and then even the signature is mine.
So, sir, that means that you did not answer the previous questions which were previously related to you.
Lokusho ukuthi azange ke uphendule imibuzo ngaphambilini and le mibuzo leyo ibeqonda mina ngqo nawo related now.
I want to ask you again. On that day, at what time did you start traveling from Durban to Johannesburg?
Ngifuna ukukubuza futhi ukuthi ngale suku lelo ke usuke esikhatsini uma usuka le enzansi eKZN eDurban eThekwini umuza ngapha eGoli eJohannesburg?
Ngiphendulile lokho ukuthi isikhathi esibhalwe la nganginganaso isikhathi ekuyisiso le-exact letho babethi estimate letho ngabhala plus minus 5.
Okay.
Babethi estimate isikhathi.
I've already answered that I don't have the accurate time of departure. The time that is written here, they will even force me just to estimate the actual time. That's why it is written plus minus 5.
You told the court that you were at the transport hub. You said there were taxis, buses, all kind of transport, correct?
Utshela inkantolo ukuthi ke lapho kuma khona ke ama transport kunema bus nama taxi kunjalo. Lento kuthiwa transport hub kunjalo.
Yes.
That's correct.
And you further told the court on the examination chief that money was sent to you to get transport to come to Johannesburg, correct?
Uye watshela inkantolo ngesikhathi ubuzwa imibuzo nayishutshisi wathi ke imali uye wathunyelwa yona ukuthi ukwazi ukugibela phela ufike la eGoli. That is correct.
But now you told the court that you asked a lift from a lady. That's correct?
Kodwa manje uqeda utshela inkantolo ukuthi uqela ilift komunye umfazi kunjalo?
Angiyicelanga ilift ngathola ilift mhlamba sizwananga lapho ngathola ulift hayi ngacela ilift.
Okay. I did not ask for a lift. However, I found a lift. Maybe that's where we have a misunderstanding.
Did you pay that lady for you getting a lift?
Lo wesifazane wamkhokhela ukuthi wena uthole lift leyo.
Lo wesifazane ngamthola khona lapha efuna abantu abeza ngala ezofaka petrol ngamkhokhela ukuthi sakhokha imali less hayi imali esilesokhokha yona kwi-driver akho imali less and kwangimina kuphela bakhona abantu abathatha babe3 babekhona emotweni.
I found that lady there. Actually, she was looking for money for petrol, so that's why I had to pay her. But I did not pay her too much. It was less of the amount, and it was not only myself there. There were other 3 people as well.
When you paid less, how much did you pay her?
Mawuthi ubhatele kancane nje ubhatele malini la?
Esha ngisakhumbula ngamkhokhela mali but sakhokha imali lesa ngisakhumbula amazwe mali but sakhokha imali lesa.
I don't recall how much did I pay to this lady, but it was the amount that was less.
Less than the amount you pay when you use a taxi or a bus.
Leyo mali beyingaphansi kwemali oyikhokha uma usebenzisa ibhasi noma utekisi.
I-taxi angaze ngiyigibele but ibilesi kunebhasi. I-taxi angaze ngiyigibele manje ngigibele ibhasi.
I have never used a taxi when I was traveling from that side coming over to Johannesburg. I was using a bus. Yes, it was less than the money that was asked for the bus trip.
Were you not scared of taxi mob justices because of you getting a private transport whereas they are around? Because you testified that you were not even trusting that lady. She looked suspicious to you. She looked suspicious to you, correct?
Bongasabi ke labantu bamateksi ke kakhulukazi njengoba usebenzisa imoto le njengoba uthi uye waqela ulift leyo futhi okwesibili ke njengoba ukhulumile enkulumeni yakho ukuthi lo wesifazane ke bongamthembi bekabonakala asoleka la kuyo kunjalo.
May we establish what the relevance of all these questions to the issues in dispute? Because to start with, most of the questions that were asked before we adjourned have been repeated now. And secondly, we don't see the relevance of these questions that my learned friend is busy with currently.
Your Lordship, they are very 100% relevant, and the state cannot dictate to cross-examination how it must be done. The relevance is that we want to establish the time frame from Durban to Johannesburg, the traveling itself.
But the state can object to repetition.
Yes, but up to so far there's no repetition. It's to us to confirm what the witness said. It's not a repetition, Your Lordship. It's just to follow up on his questions. I do agree, if the state want to object to repetition, it means the state will also, when it's doing re-examination, when it does repetition, will object. What I'm trying to do, I'm following up.
Let's talk about what is happening now, not what you may do if somebody does what. The issue of repetition has so much been debated in these proceedings.
I'll avoid by all means to do repetition, which it must be applied to all of officers before the court, as the court places, Your Lordship.
Why are you adding that?
I do that because in some previous instances, the state also repeated some questions. Hence, I'm saying, Your Lordship.
You are there to object. Actually, you were wrong not to object.
Thank you, Your Lordship.
So why do you remind us that you did wrong?
I'm not reminding. I'm putting a statement to say, Your Lordship, I'll try by all means to avoid repetition, but I'll ask a clarity-seeking question. Let's follow up.
Let's proceed.
Thank you, Your Lordship. Can you answer the question?
Repeat the question, please.
Were you not scared of taxi mob justice because you took a lift next to where are taxis, and because the reason I'm asking you this question, you said that woman looked suspicious to you, but you still went into her car.
Lalela ko umbuzo uthi ke bongasabi labantu bamatekisi ngokuba ke uthethe lift eqinile nendawo la khona amatekisi, and futhi okwesibili wena uthe lo mfazi ke bekabonakala asolisa kuwe uma umbheke isikhathi ugibela lapha emotweni yakhe.
Ake sikhulukuthane la kuloko ukuthi suspicious lelo gama ngazi lapha lo bani engakusho mina offer lift ngifike e station ngeke vele ngitrust umuntu nje ngingamazi. Ngangithanda umuntu engamazi ethi ikhona imoto angiyini eGoli. Ngangena kuyona after ethola abanye abantu la. Okunye akukho lama taxi lawa. Ama taxi lawa imoto ezincane lapha ku taxi la. Hayi ama taxi lawa ajwayelekile.
Okay. Let me make a correction on this word of suspicious. I don't know, where you got it. You cannot just trust a stranger, a person that you don't know if that person is offering you a transport to go to Johannesburg. And another thing that I want to add is that there were no actual taxis there, but it was only private vehicles with the taxi board on top of them. So that made me to be suspicious. And it was not only myself there were other people as well.
Let me turn it again around this question. Do you think it was safe for a lady to give a man a lift in South Africa where this crime is high?
That question is not relevant for our purposes. What he thinks. No.
The state didn't object. The court is object.
I'm ruling that question out. I can also do that.
How much is a bus from Durban to Johannesburg?
Ukhokha mali nebhasini uma uqhamuka khona eDurban uzala eGoli Johannesburg.
Akuthi kudala ngagcina ukugibela ibhasi. Kudala ngagcina ukugibela ibhasi. Sometimes I go 200 nema 270 or something. 370 or 270 angisakhumula kahle, but ade ngagcina ukugibela ibhasi.
The thing is that I've stopped long time ago using a bus to travel from Durban to Johannesburg, but it was somewhere around 270 or 370, somewhere there.
Was it urgent that the lady gave you a lift in order for you to arrive in Johannesburg? Was it urgent for you?
Bekuphuthuma for wena ukuthi lo wesifazana akunikeza i-lift ukwazi ukufika la eGoli?
Bengingaphuthumi.
No, it's not urgent.
Because into yadla ukuthi ngigibele khona amabhasi ngalelo langa ayizohamba leselingekho lasekuseni ngabona yini.
Okay.
Nanokuthi ngangizogibela ngemali eless. So ngabona laba lo sisi approach laba abanye abantu bengena emotweni. So nami ngase ngiyaya ke after sengibona abanye abantu.
No, I was not in a hurry. It was not urgent for me to have used that lady's vehicle. The thing is that on that day, there was no 9 o'clock bus traveling from Durban to Johannesburg. So thus, I saw these other persons going to that lady's motor vehicle, hence I joined them. And another thing is that I was going to pay less as compared to the bus.
So I hear you mentioning 9 o'clock bus. Are you telling the court you left at 9 o'clock?
Ngizokhuluma ngebhasi ka-9. Utshela inkantolo ukuthi ufike lapho ngo-9?
I'm not sure ngesikhathi fika ngobani because ngangilethwa I'm not sure ngesikhathi.
I'm not sure about the time
But
because I was brought there by a boy, but the morning bus was not there.
And you think the issue of the time is not a repetition? After he told you many times he cannot remember the time.
It's a pity the court is rushing. I have a statement here. I'm going to put it what he says on the statement.
Then go into the statement instead of repeating questions. It wastes
I
time
think, Your Lordship,
repeating questions.
You're disrupting my
Mr. Tovani,
examination.
Mr. Tovani, repeating questions waste time. Go straight into the question if you have a question in the statement instead of repeating a question. Remember, I also write.
Sir, look at A10. Paragraph 4.
18, paragraph 4, 18. Paragraph number 4. This is the same statement that I told you it's unreadable.
I'm not saying what you must tell me about it. I'm saying look at it.
Ngithi mina sibuke.
I'm gonna read for you paragraph 4. You mentioned just now you talked about 9 o'clock. Look at paragraph 4. On 2014-10-26 at 12 o'clock, I got a lift from a woman, a female, a lady. Can you see that?
Uyabona la kumele aqeda ufunda khona
Another lady, from another lady.
la ukuthi uthole khona i-lift komunye wesifazane.
Do you see the time there? 12 o'clock.
Lesikhathi esibhalelwe uyasibonela sika 12.
Ngiyasibona isikhathi.
Yes, I can see the time.
How convenient for you to be able to write the time there. Now, even now you mentioned 9 o'clock, but other times you cannot remember. It's very convenient for you, correct?
Bheka la uyakwazi ukuchaza isikhathi ukuthi kuyisikhathi simo 9 o'clock ukwazi ukukhuluma ngaye kodwa la ukwazi ukukhuluma ngenkathi.
Angazi noma Mr. Thobani mhlambe uyakwazi ukulalela. Le isikhathi ngiyasho lento it's happened long time ago. Le isikhathi esibhalela isikhathi esidlule ngesifana isikhathi samanje. Le into ayisanda kwenzeka la. Ne? Manje isikhathi sekuphela iminyaka emngakanani manje. Sala usazongibuyisela ikhathi inkomo.
What I want to say, I don't know if Mr. Tobani is able to listen about this issue of the time. I'm saying that this incident happened some time long ago, and when these times were returned, this thing was still fresh. But now it's been a while since it has happened.
Your Lordship, I request the court to take in charge of these proceedings. The witness is indirectly being forwarded towards me. My question is very clear and simple. And even the state cannot control its witness, then I don't know what kind of these proceedings will turn up to be. My question is very simple. Just now, before the court said I must not ask the question. You mentioned about 9 o'clock, and now on your statement you mentioned 12 o'clock. I'm saying to you, it's convenient for you to be able to write time on this statement. But
What did he say about 9 o'clock?
your lordship, he said he mentioned about around 9 o'clock.
No,
About
he
the-
said there was no 9 o'clock.
There was no, yes, there was no 9 o'clock
Yeah,
pass.
yeah.
Then I asked him, the court stopped me, your lordship stopped me. When I asked him, when you say there was no 9 o'clock pass, do you mean that you left at 9 o'clock? That's what I wanted to establish. And the court stopped me and said, it's a
Yeah, I
repetition.
stopped you and reminded you that he said he cannot remember the time he left.
You see how my question comes in, your lordship, the relevance of my question. He said there was no 9 o'clock pass.
Yeah.
Then I asked him, are you saying, did you leave around 9 o'clock? I follow up what he says, your lordship. Then if the court says I must not ask the question, then I stopped. Then I go to his statement, I ask him, on your statement, it's convenient that you managed to write 12 o'clock. You left KZN at 12 o'clock.
Uyawuza umbuzo uthini ukuthi ngesikhathi lesa inkosi yenkantolo ile ngichaza ukuthi nokhuluma ngo9 ke bowukhuluma ngani iyachaza inkosi yenkantolo ukuthi wena ngesikhathi uveze isikhathi ka9 bowuchaza ngokuthi belingekho ibhasi ilika9 so yena umeli uthi ngokunjalo kwakulala lokho okhuluma inkosi yenkantolo waseqhubeka ke angena kule statement la kule statement khona la uveza khona indaba yokuthi usuke khona eThekwini ku12 uyangizwisa nkosi yami.
Yebo, angiphendula.
Yes, I do understand, and I will answer you.
Lo sisimefuna abantu ngeke ubathola abantu ngesikhathi esiyi1. Ngeke ubathola abantu ngesikhathi esiyi1.
Yes, this lady, when he was looking for people, you can't find all people at the same time. Qhubeka baba.
So lo sisi bekafuna abantu esezile kimi approach mina nganqaba mina. Waqhubeka wafuna abanye abantu. Not ukuthi ngaleso sikhathi angazi because uthini.
So this lady, firstly, he approached me when he was looking for people. Then I refused. Then she proceeded going forward. So I don't know how to answer.
Again, according to your statement, paragraph 4, 810, you got a lift around 12 o'clock from another lady. Then you drive to Joburg. Correct.
Then ngisho statement sakho uyachaza ukuthi uthole ilift komunye wesifazane ngo12 nasenisuka niza la eJohannesburg kunjalo.
Ngizophinda futhi lo ngikusho futhi ngizophinda lo ngikusho. Asikho isikhathi kwi-statement engangaba ne-show yaso. Sonke isikhathi bathi ngisi-estimate asikho ni-one statement esinesikhathi engine-show yaso. Isikhathi bengi-estimate because bengingabheki isikhathi mangapha.
I want to repeat again. In the times that I mentioned in the statements, the times that I mentioned there is only estimations. There's no time that I was sure about.
Are you sure about your answer?
Uqinisekile ngale mpendulo oqeda kuyinika? Usho ngayo le answer yakho?
Ngisazi nje phela ngithini. Asikho isikhathi ngeke ngasisho esi-exact bonke abantu engibhala statement bebethi angenze estimation ukuthi mhlambe ngabo-12 ngabo-1 ngabo-9 ngabo-2 bengi-estimate bengazi isikhathi esi-exact time ngaso sonke.
I don't know how I'm going to answer you because in all the statements, I mean, I was merely asked to give estimations of the time as to whether it was 10, 11, or 1. There's no way why I gave the exact time in the statement.
Let's just look above that statement. I'll read it to you. Paragraph number 3.
Asibheke la ngaphezulu kweso statement then imeli uzokufundisa la ku paragraph number 3.
Where you were exact to the point, to the time. On 2014, 10, 20, 25, the 25th of October, at 16:31, got a call. Do you see that? You say 16:31. You don't even say plus minus. You were exact on your time. Correct.
Uyaba le ndawo lengikhuluma ngayo. La usho khona ukuthi 16:31 la ubonakala khona uqinisekile ngendaba ngesikhathi sakho leso sikhuluma.
ngiyaphinda ngiyasho futhi i-statement asikho engazibhalela mina bengibuzwa umuntu ngiphendula bese ebhala yena lokho akubhalayo esikhathini so isikhathi anginashow yaso bengisho leyo estimation angazi ngizophendula ngithini.
I want to repeat again.
Uzozwa kanjani?
There's no statement that I wrote on myself. I was interviewed, and then I'll give back the answer to the interview, then he will reduce it to writing. There's nowhere where I gave the exact time. It's only estimations.
Sir, I put it to you that you can make estimation and precision. Furthermore, the person who wrote there, he cannot just write 1631. I didn't write 1632. You narrated to him. You even signed the statement. Him or her, you even signed the statement.
Ngifuna ukutshela ke Nkosi yami ukuthi akekho umuntu ongamane nje azibhale 1631 uma le nkulumo angayitholi kuwe wayangabhalanga u1632 lokho akubhalile nje yilokhu wena oye wamqoqela khona yena wasekubhala phansi.
Angazi ngalokho ke mhlawumbe usengeza azosho entwebha lokuthini because asikho isikhathi engasisho esiqondile mina makuthiwa isikhathi bengithi round about 4 or mhlawumbe round about bani bese yabhala yena so akubhalwa yini lokho so angazi ngichaza kanjani ke leyo.
I don't know about that. Maybe the one who registered the statement to writing will come and testify about that because there's no way where I said or mentioned the exact time. I only said around 4, around 5, things like that.
How long did it take for you to arrive at Makhumalo's place?
Kukuthatha isikhathi singakanani ukuthi ufike lapha kaMakhumalo?
Ngisuka kuphi?
Departing from where?
At what time did you arrive at Makhumalo's home when you were fetched by the deceased?
Ufike esikhathini lapha emzini kaMama uKhumalo ngesikhathi ulanda nguye umufi?
Akaze uSenzo wangilandela emarobotini ngoba ngangena e-front yase
Ngokuphi?
ngangena nge-ofrem wathi angene nge-ofrem bese ngimlinde emarobotini so ngama lapho nakhona futhi angisibhekanga isikhathi le angazi kwakuyisikhathi angikhumbuli kwakuyisikhathi.
Okay. The deceased being Senzo fetched me by the robots because he said that I should come to the site of the off-ramp. And then by the robots, that's why he fetched me. Then even during that time, I did not look at the time.
Yes.
Your Worship, I request statement A10, maybe not exhibit, including statement 8133. There will be a statement 810 may be exhibit N. And 8133 may be marked exhibit
Mr.
O.
Baloy, do I have a copy of that statement?
So if they were handed up at the last moment, we will provide the copies. We'll give the court copies of exhibits or later on at 8:33.
Sir, with the leave of court, I put it to you that an estimation from Devon to Johannesburg using a private car, moreover, the model you mentioned, it can take plus minus 6 hours. You see, I'm estimating, I'm saying plus minus 6 hours, I'm putting to you.
Ngifuna ukutshela ke inkosi yami ukuthi ke isikhathi esicatshangulako njengoba ngitshela nje ukuthi kusuka khona eThekwini eDurban mawuzala eJohannesburg ke futhi usebenzisa ke lemoto ekuthiwa private lane ingathatha plus minus 6 hours lutho ngitshelayo manje nakhona futhi ngiya-estimate
phela uma ukuthi yena uphutha ku-estimator angeke kuyiphutha la mina uma ngingakhona estimator ngenze kanjani uma u-estimator ngakumela estimate.
So if you are good in estimations, that can be my mistakes. So meaning that each and everyone should estimate.
In the same statement, Exhibit O, which is marked A133. Paragraph 7. Is it, can you see that handwriting? That one is better, not so.
The handwriting is better.
Yeah, in one.
Yeah, this one is better.
Now you please read that paragraph 7.
We are going to get the paragraph number 7. We found it again.
Read it loud, please, sir.
Uyaqala ukuthi uyifundele phezulu zwakale.
On record, I must say.
Izwakale la emshinini njengoba lo mshini lo ugatangisa unyathelisa.
Utayifunde.
Do you mean that I myself should read it?
Correct.
Yebo ifundo nje.
Ngimcele kanjani abantu umuntu ozonginterpretela uma ngizokwazi ukufunda futhi.
How did I request for an interpreter if I could read also?
Your Lordship, let me read the paragraph for the sake of progress. Remember this statement, you are the one who made it. You confirmed your signature. You are happy with it.
Kumbula le statement leso ngosibhalisile ngisho uyaqinisekisa i-signature yakho futhi uthi ujabule ngalokho.
Paragraph 7. I was for the first time to see Longwe Twala, and I did not tell anyone or the Meyiwa family that Senzo was killed by Longwe Twala because he did not have a firearm with him. Our phones were taken by the police. Why I read that paragraph, I want to
The
put it
witness
to...
wants to say something, my lord.
Awuyiqedanga iparagraph lo ngifundelayo.
He did not finish reading.
Ungena kwenye awuyiqedile lo ngifundelayo.
He did not.
Kuhini awuyiqedelanga iparagraph.
Kulungile ngikhaze Nkosi yami. He did not finish the paragraph that you were reading for me. You only stopped at him. He did not complete it in full.
So it's very clear you understand English, sir. And you are here to answer questions, not to answer me questions. I can dictate how I ask you questions from the statement.
Kuhle ukuthi singizuyazisa Nkosi yami mara uzangala ukuthi uzobuza imibuzo mina ngilo ngizobuza imibuzo futhi ngilelungu lokuthi ngingakubuza kuphi na kuphi la statement.
The state is there to assist you, not you asking questions. You need
Umthuthisi
to,
ukhona la ukuthi akuncedise hayi ukuthi wena uzibuzele imibuzo Nkosi yami angisho.
Ungitshele ngeparagraph yonke. So uma ngayifundi yonke ufuna ngithini?
You told me about the whole paragraph.
Uma ungaqedi uthini?
Paragraph 7. So if you don't complete reading it, what is it that I must say?
sir, I'm going to read this paragraph again. I will step where I want to stop and I will put a question to you. I was for the first time to see Longwe Twala, and I did not tell anyone or the Meyiwa family that Senzo was killed by Longwe Twala because he did not have a firearm with him. Instead, he ran away. Full stop. I'm stopping there. I'm going to ask you a question from your statement. Now, the question will be, why you have to write that statement? Who asked you? Who asked you about Longwe carrying a firearm or Longwe not carrying a firearm and Senzo being shot by Longwe? Who asked you that question? How come did you manage to put that statement? Who asked you that question? That's very crucial. Who asked you?
Statement usibhale kanjani ngendlela nje ngubani ke uyakubuza ukuthi uSenzo leyo nguyuleyo ngokuthi bangaphathanga isibhamu ubani ukubuza lo mbuzo uveze lenqukaqa ezijule kangaka.
Ngizophendula lapha siqale la Mr.
I will
Tsobani.
answer you in that. First, let us start here.
Mr. Tsobani seza ikhuluma
Just hold on, sir.
la ecourt.
Hold on. When you answer questions, you don't refer to a legal practitioner. You don't answer the question, you answer to the court. Is it clear?
Lalela ke nophendula umbuzo awuqondisa kummeli uphendula lo mbuzo ubhekise kuyo inkantolo sezwana.
Ya ngibona ithoni yakho ngathi uyanyuka uyangithethisa ungangithethisa sikhulume kahle nje wathi ukhuluma nje.
All right, ibambe lapho. No, I see your tone is going up and assuming that you are badging me. Let us speak the way we spoke earlier.
Sir, are you trying to be evasive or to disrupt these proceedings? You need to, I can ask the questions the way I wish to ask. I'm not shouting at you. Remember I told you last time, and I'm repeating again. I'm stressing the point. The point is, when you answer to the court.
Yes.
And was the question translated well to you, the one I asked? Because I can see you want to answer now. Can you wait for the interpreter to do his job?
Lalela Nkosi yami okukhona njengoba sengaqhaza la ngaphambili ukuthi angikushawuthi into okhona ngiqindezela imibuzo ngendlela engiyibuza ngakhona and futhi okwesibili nginelungelo lokuthi mina ngingabuza umbuzo ngendlela engifuna ukubuza ngakhona and okwesibili mawuphendula imibuzo ungaqondisi kimi uqondise kiyo enkantolo uzisa kahle Nkosi yami. Okwesithathu ingabe ke lo mbuzo lo engikubuzo wona the interpreter eqhazele kahle wona na ngokuba ngibone ukuthi la sofuna ukuphendula.
I'm not disrespecting the interpreter as an officer of the court. I just want to find out if it was interpreted for you, because I can see you want to answer.
Ngokusho njalo hayi ukuthi ke interpreter njengomuntu osebenzela enkantolo ngimbhekela phansi kodwa ngikubonile ukuthi ke ufuna ukuphendula ukuthi noma emagama uzwisisile.
Ya ngizwile umbuzo wakhe ngisamcorrecta lokho kuqala tanga ngimsebenzisa lento umuntu wangibhalisa le
Khuluma
statement
futhi ngidlulise uzwile umbuzo wakhe. I understood your question.
umuntu wangibhalisa le statement njengoba ngisho sengenza i-statement eningi angazi ukuthi ubani wangibhalisa sona so
Okay. The person who interviewed me during the statement, I don't know who or she is because I've already mentioned that I've made a lot of statements.
so uyena owaziyo ukuthi wayibhala lento isukela komuphi umbuzo.
He's the one or she's the one who knows when she reduced this to writing, this emanated from what question?
That's not the question I asked you. After I read the statement to you, I asked you, is there anyone who asked you about Longetwala carrying a firearm, Longetwala shooting at the national hero, Senzo Meyiwa, all those things? Did someone ask you why you have to put it in the statement? You signed this statement. You accepted that this statement is yours. Why? Who told you to? Why it came about? All those things are in the statement. Because no one asked you about that.
Kuzenjani ukuthi konke lokhu bephakathi kwestatement sakho khumbula phela wena le statement lesi uyowasela wasivuma ukuthi konke waleselo ngakho so ngubani uthe wakubuza ngalolu daba lukhona la
angisho i-statement awuvele usenze uyi-one so lo wayekhona uye kufanele ngabe le question ayishoyo uyibhekisa kuye hhayi kimi because mina uma ngimtshela into engibuza umuntu kubhalwa phansi kwi-statement angithi
You don't
so
make a
ngengikhumbula ukuthi wayengibuze ini kuze kubhalwe lokhu.
You don't make a statement alone. The other person who's there who reduced the statement to writing, I think is the one who should come and answer that question because I don't recall when I gave this answer, the question which emanated from it is which one?
I'm asking you, leave the other person. I'm asking you, this is your statement. I'm asking you, did anyone ask you that? Or did you, why you wrote that? Is there anyone who asked you that? That's simple. I'm asking you, don't tell me about another one. I'm asking you.
lala ke Nkosi yami yeke lo munye umuntu oseqeleni ingabe wena ke ukhona umuntu oye wakubuza ngakho lokhu na
Yilo wayengibhalisa le statement. Yilo wayengisa le statement. Ufuna ngisho kanjani ukuthi simple. Yilo wayengisa le statement.
is the one who reduced the statement to writing.
Did anyone ask you, because you are the one who narrated the statement to the person, did anyone ask you to put that paragraph in there?
Ukhona umuntu oye waqela ukuthi ke ufake le paragraph phakathi kwale statement ukuthi ngoba uqoqa le ndaba phela bonari
Ngifaki paragraph, ngifakile paragraph. Asitene engasibhala mina ngishilo ngokuqaleni. I-statement lesibhalo mina bengikhuluma asibhalwanga yini.
I did not insert any paragraph here, as I've already said initially that what I did myself, I narrated and then there was a person who reduced this statement to writing.
I wanted to take you to Exhibit K. It's a statement marked A4. Is it A47 or A47 or A49? Oh, A49. A49. Do you have it in front of you, sir?
Respect the statement A49 phambi kwakho.
Yebo msiphethe.
Yes, I do have it.
Let's look at paragraph number 3. I'll read it to you.
Asibheke paragraph number 3 and then ngizokufundela yena.
Hence, earlier I put it to you that your testimony, your statement changes with the lapse of time. Look at that that statement on about 2014/10/25 at about 4 o'clock, at about 16 hours. There's a much difference between Exhibit K and Exhibit N, where you mentioned 1631. Can you see that?
Kunomehluko omkhulu phakathi le statement lesi exhibit K no exhibit N la ukhulume khona nge-1631 la uthi 1600. Uyakubona lokho? Yes.
What do you make of that?
So uthini ngalokho?
Lokho ngibona ukuchithela isikhathi senkantolo nje, uchitha isikhathi eside because manje ngathi sesifocus kakhulu kwisikhathi, asafocusile ukuthi ngibuze focus kakhulu kwisikhathi and lento iwaste isikhathi leyo yenzayo.
That is the waste of the cost time because now we are focused on the time, no more on asking me questions.
Let's go to A110, Exhibit L.
That's the statement mfowethu, no? Ngisokhulunywa ngaso
I'm looking at
A110.
paragraph number 4.
Ake sibheke paragraph number 4.
On A10 statement, I indicated to the police officer who was taking my statement that the firearm which the suspect was carrying was a firearm with a wheel. I don't know what's that, but you say it was a firearm with a wheel. And I didn't say the firearm was a .38 special. You see that?
Uyayibona le ndawo umele ake kuyifunda? Yes, I see it.
It's precisely the question like the one I asked previously. Who told you to say it was not a 38 special? And how did you know that it was a firearm with a wheel?
ubani ukutshela ukuthi bengasi 38 specially and nokuthi ke bengiyisibhamu lesi ke esneville.
Because ayishongo mina lento ukuthi 38 special angibhalanga kwi statement sami. So angeke mesibhalwe la ngingayibuzwa because ayibhalwanga yini. And isibhamu lesi angisho ngathi sibuka ngathi isibhamu esasinesonto ngasho kanjalo.
Okay. I'm not the one who mentioned this issue of I-38 special because now it's contained inside the statement. However, what I said the firearm looked like it's having a wheel in the middle.
I put it to you that there was no cartridges found on the crime scene.
Ngifuna ukutshela ukuthi akekho amagobondolo wesibhamu atholakele lapha or ama cartridges la kwenzeke khona lobugebengu crime scene.
Bengingakwazi lo.
I didn't know about that.
Let's say if someone come and testify that in fact Longetwala when he came into the house he had a firearm with a wheel with him. What will be your comment?
Uma kungafika umuntu akhuluma ukuthi ke uLongothwala makangena lapha endlini bakaphethe isibhamu esinesonto noma ivili wena ungapha ukuthini ngalokho?
Hayi mina ngisibonanga usengenza enkantolo angisibonanga mina futhi angithatha imazayidi asikho isibhamu engasibona usengenza yena lo muntu azosho ke la le day mina ngisibonanga.
I did not observe that. So maybe that particular person who observed it might come here before the court to come and testify about it. I myself on that particular day, I did not observe it.
So okay, according to you, your own observation, you insist that the firearm you saw had a wheel.
When I uqinisele ukuthi lesibhamu sibone esneville.
Njengoba ngasho ngathi ngasibona ngathi isibhamu esinesonto ngiphikisi lokho yes. Ngasho ngathi isibhamu esinesonto lesi.
Yes, I don't dispute that because I said that the firearm looked like it's having a wheel, so I don't deny that.
I put it to you, it contradicts, the way you're putting it, it contradicts the charge sheet from the state, the charge from the state mentioning a 9mm parabellum.
Ngifuna ukutshela ukuthi wena ngendlela uyibeka ngakhona ke iphikisana nale charge sheet eyenziwe ke ngabachuchisi ngokuba abachuchisi bona bakhuluma nge-9mm parabellum.
Naloko angikwazi mina futhi angazi ngitshele mina lokho.
Even that one, I don't know anything about it. I was never told about it before.
I just want to finalize this point of identity kit. I just want to put it to you that identity kit. In fact, I put it to you that there is a high possibility that why MT Matagaleni is a state witness participated in ID kit for suspect B because he saw you and Mtogozi Twala smoking outside next to the hall. Remember you testified that you went out and smoked next to the hall outside the yard. The state gave you a benefit of the doubt showing you the picture smoking outside of the hall standing there.
Ngiyakhumbula ukuthi uthe wena nginaphuma nobhema ngaphandle namaduze nebonda futhi nomthuthisi wanikhomba lesithombe lesilapha nime khona.
Yes, umthoko angicorrectela umthoko wakabheni mimi ngangibhema umthoko wakabheni.
Let me correct you here. Mtogo is a non-smoker. I'm the one who was smoking.
The fact of the matter, one of you was smoking, correct?
Yes.
Omunye wenu uye bekabhema kunjani?
Yebo kunjani.
That's correct.
Therefore, I put it to you that that alibi kit by Matagaleni of suspect B, it either depicts you or Mtogozizi, because all the accused deny being at the scene or committing such heinous crime.
Ulahle kahle Nkosi yami uthi ke ummeli ke lo fakazi wombuso uMatakaleni lo kade yenza i-ID kit lo kahle kahle ke ukhomba umunye wenu wena namhlambe yena umthokozisi lo okhuluma ngaye ngokuthi kilaba sola bonke abaphambi kwenkantolo bayala bona ukuthi ukhona phakathi kwabo oyo wabakhona kule nkundla la kwendle khona isigameko. Ungizwile?
As a good please, my lord, before the witness answers, I just want to draw the court's attention to the fact that Mr. Makaleni has since passed on. I don't know whether my learned friend would like to take the risk of putting that statement of a witness who has since passed on.
Your Lordship, that's news to us because the state that the list of witnesses is the state should have narrated that to us. And however, I'll leave it with that to that on that point. As long as the point has been driven home.
Mr. Baloy, this what Mr. Tovani is telling court about not having been aware about a witness who has since passed on, because the defense continues to spend time continuing preparing the defense, even on the basis of people who have passed on. Why is there no sharing of that kind of information?
My lord, my recollection was that at the round, at the pre-trial, these issues were discussed. That's some time ago. But we must keep in mind that there's a new set of legal representatives. But my recollection is that this.
Yeah, but that's not a total excuse, because if there's a new set of legal representatives and you were here, you were witness to how that change came about.
Yes, but
I think there should have been a process to smoothen the switch over.
Insofar as my learned friend might not be aware, perhaps it's an oversight, but
I'm mentioning it not so much to chide you for what has happened, but also maybe to advise that such issues be fine-combed so that we don't have instances where the defense is laboring out under an impression which no longer subsists.
Indeed.
Because my sense is that time is also spent where the defense is following issues that no longer obtain because of some changes that have taken place.
Indeed, my lord. As I say, with the change in legal teams, there might have been a breakdown of communication, but we apologize to my friend.
As a court, this is your lordship. If the court may remember, I think it will also be covered by the deponent of this identity kit. Remember, our question emanates from the identity kit, affidavit of the deponent. I think that one must be allowed, and it will be covered on that basis.
Here you are, Mr. Baloy.
As a court, please, my lord, we just wanted to draw my learned friend to that fact. If he chooses to continue, that's in order, my lord.
Okay, let's proceed.
Yes, but the fact of the matter is the facial identification expert relied on the information that was being relayed to her by this witness.
Your lordship, I'm anyway done with the question, but the fact of the matter is the facial expert is the one who made affidavit, so it is covered. Sir, based on the previous question, I put it to you that this explains why Zamoguhle Mbata was arrested alone, and later charges against him were withdrawn, and this docket 636 was closed.
Ukulandela lo mbuzo engikubuza wona ke lokho kuchaza kahle kamhlophe ukuthi kungani lo uZamo Mbatha aye aboshwa ayedwa Kwathi nisakuhamba isikhathi ke le dokotela elibeka chatshwe ngalo nje la selivala le dokotela li 636.
Lo zama
Yes, I do hear you.
lo zama usembathi wayeboshiwe wayephonto obani uDumelo. Ngizophendula into eqonde noDumelo hayi nomunye umuntu.
That Zamokuhle Mbatha that you are referring to that was arrested was pointed out by Dumelo, because I would only like to answer the questions that are direct to me.
Sir, it's unfortunate you cannot answer questions. You cannot ask questions. And I just want to lay it down for you, as per your testimony as well, your statements. According to you, you never pointed at anyone in the ID parade. And on that basis, I'd like to submit to the Honorable Court that, Your Lordship, in fact, should the state not call the compiler of the ID kit, will pray that the Honorable Court expunge all the testimony and evidence with regard to the identity kit.
Is that a question to him?
No. It's my submission to the court, Your Lordship. You remember, sir, you mentioned that you were given some money by Netflix, correct?
Uyakhumbula ukuthi uye wakhuluma ukuthi wanikeza imali ngabe Netflix uyakhumbula? Yes, I do recall.
How much was that?
Lo mali inani lakho la imali ungayi.
We've been through this. My Leonard friend undertook not to be repetitive, but these are the issues that we canvassed at the previous hearing. The state did make an objection then, and we agreed that we will proceed from that point, my Lord, without dwelling on these issues. That is the first thing. And secondly, I'll just come back to the issue of Mr. Makaleni once we've dealt with this issue.
Your Lordship, with due respect, is the state that now is trying to delay the process and trying to give the hint to a witness. The witness said, we tried to deal with the issue, there was objection. The witness said, I'll answer that. Of course, they gave me money because I gave them photos and other things relating to the national hero, Senzo Meyiwa, and him. He did say they gave him, hence I'm asking a simple question: how much did they give you?
My Lord, at the time we raised an objection and said these are collateral issues, and as I say, the record will indicate that the agreement was that my learned friend will not dwell on those collateral issues. And now he's revisiting what he asked at the time, and the issue in respect of which there was an objection.
Yeah. Maybe let's ask another question.
Your Lordship, I'm really shocked by the state, the way it's handling this matter. With due respect, I'd like to submit to the Honorable Court that in a bail application, I'm trying to deal with this issue with regard to the amount. The state dropped a bombshell in a bail application when they were opposing the bail application of accused number 2. In their supporting affidavit, the lead investigating officer mentioned that investigations are still outstanding in this main matter, 636. This is shocking and unconstitutional that where the matter is before the court, the state goes before the court to say we are ready for trial, only to tell another court that they are busy investigating. Now the state wants to dictate to us how must we ask the question with regard to the figure. It is the witness himself who said he wants to answer that question. And the reason why I'm asking it, there is a follow-up question which is very important, which will be asked to another state witness. If I don't ask this witness, the state may stand up in a closing argument to say no. This question was not asked by Mr. C, Mr. A, it was only asked to Mr. B. Let's call this.
Mr. Madala, can you answer that question?
Ungawuphendula lo mbuzo mnumzane Madlala.
If you still remember it, I can see we spend time agreeing amongst ourselves.
Uma usayikhumbula leyo mali.
Since njengoba ngisanawo nama-numbers alabantu ba-Netflix ne usengaya kubona namaphepha nginawo abangisayinisa wona before bengicacisela ukuthi le mali le akusiyo ukuthi sikhokhele ukuthini ngoba babengafuni unginika ngathi niyabahambeke so ngoba isikhathi sami nethomba abayifuna ezami so they have to pay for lezo zinto because into zami ngawatshela lokho baze banginika amanye ama-forms asakhona nala ma-forms eThekwini I think nala ifonini amanye nginawo nala ifonini so le amount angicabanga ukuthi mhlambe idinga yena mayifuna ukizwa ke usengafuna ba Netflix ngamanamba abantu abangenzisa documentary adena confirm kubona.
If he really wants to know about the amount, I think it's better for him to call the Netflix people so that he can get the actual amount. Because if I recall, I still have those numbers and the forms that those people brought it to me, because the only thing that they wanted the photos of myself and that guy. So then I told them that no, I won't give this to you free, then it's better you go. So if you want the real amount, phone Netflix.
Yeah?
That's the problem I was seeing, Your Lordship, because now the state stand up and say something else, then the witness depict an answer from what the state said. On the previous occasion, the witness wanted to answer the question. The state is before, the witness is before the court. You need to give direction. You need to assist the court. Say, you mentioned that you received the money, and we don't want to know it was for what. What was the amount?
Ukhulumile ukuthi niwe wathola imali asifuna ukwazi ukuthi bengiyani lo mali mara ke inani lakhona belimalini.
Angazi zomcacisela kanjani futhi uMr Thobani ngiyasho namanje ukuthi angithi mangiyenza into ngiyibeke la ukuthi okay ngoba ngizwa kophendula fayihlezi la ngisuke ngakho aware lento ukuthi ngizobuzwa lezo zinto so ngeke ngidlezi ngibambe total amount banginike imali engaka banginike imali that is why ngithi nginama forms nginama number abantu abengenzisa ababhayi signing ngizo lezo zinto zingamchazela kangcono because uleke buyele embuzweni oyi1 akafuni ukuqhubeka.
My Lord, really, I don't know how I should make it clear to Mr. Thoban so that he could understand. I said that whenever I did something, I don't keep that in my mind as if I just project that I'm going to be asked questions about it. That's why I said that if he wants to know about that, I mean, I still have the forms, the numbers of these Netflix people. He can contact them.
Yes?
Sir, let me proceed because traveling on a gravel road. I put to you that none of the accused before the court has neither shot threats nor golden teeth in front of part of their teeth, according to the identity kit before the court.
Ngifuna ukutshela ke ukuthi akekho kulabasola abaphambi kwalenkantolo onama-threats official noma lezinyo legolide kuya ke ngale identity kit ekhona la enkundleni yamaqala.
Angiyazi le amagolide nanana zange ngayibhala igolide kuyintenini zami akaze ngamention indaba yezinyo na akaze ngimention akushingwani statement angazi ukuthi uyithathe lapha.
I don't know anything about that issue of a golden tooth because even in any statement of mine, even a single one, I have never mentioned anything about a tooth or a tooth with a gold.
Yes. Remember at the under exhibition in chief, you informed the court that Senzo Meyiwa was likely to get to his soccer career, correct?
Yakhumula isikhathi ke ubuzwa imibuzo ngomtshutshisi nomphendula uthi ke usenzo waba nenhlanhla kakhulukazi masiza kulebizelo lakhe lebhola isoccer career yakhe.
Yes, sir, ngiyakhumbula.
Yes, I recall.
Can you repeat that question?
You said that Mr. Senzo Meyiwa was lucky in his football career, correct?
Uthi ke wakhuluma ngesikhathi uphendula umtshutshisi waqiniseka ukuthi ukhulumile ukuthi uSenzo Meyiwa bayanenhlanhla ngale career yakhe odlala ibhola.
Yeah, all right, can see.
That's correct.
You remember when you said you were taking him to the car? At one of your statements, you mentioned that you dragged him to the car, correct?
uyakhumbula lokho ukhuluma ukuthi ngesikhathi ngimisa emotweni kwezinye ize-statement ukuthi benimdonsa nimisa lapha emotweni nimdraga
Because he was heavy.
ngokuthi wayesinda. That's correct.
In the car there, you said his head was on your legs, on your...
Nice.
On my.
You said you... Yes.
I said on my thighs, not my
Yes,
legs.
yes, right, yes. You said that, correct?
Ukhulume kanjalo ukuthi bakala emathangeni wakho. That's correct.
How many were you in the car?
Belibaba
At the
lapha
back.
emotweni ngasemuva.
Besides the deceased?
Best by 3.
We were 3.
Where was his chest? Who was balancing his chest?
Isifuba sakhe besikuphi ngubani lo bakabhalansa isifuba sakhe?
Angazi ukuchazela kanjani because lawo ebekalele ngikhona kuthini ebheke phezulu. I think besila phakathi kwami nomthoko. But uthanga lara nomthoko because umthoko wahle next to me. Ngali bese kuhlala ufa.
I don't know how I'm going to explain this to you because according to his sleeping position, he was his face facing upwards. And then I can say that it was on my right thigh because on the other side of me sat Mthokozisi.
Okay, can you please remember who was balancing his chest?
Sicela ukukhumbula ukuthi ngubani bekabhalansile isifuba sakhe
With his thighs? Or head
amathanga
thighs?
akhe.
So I think basically between me and umthoko.
I think it was
Was it
between myself and Mthokozisi.
So who was pressing the wound with the glove?
Ngubani lo bekaqindezela lenxeba ngale ndwangu.
Yimina ebengivale ngethawula ebengilinika omunye u-anti njengalo mu-anti noma yimi engivale ngayo imbobo ukuthi ithawula ngivale imbobo.
Yes, I'm the one who was pressing the cloth against the wound. The cloth that was given to me by a certain auntie or lady.
Again, how was his torso?
Asiphinde futhi sibuyele emuva Nkosi yami.
Because the reason why I'm asking you that question, there is one witness who will come and testify that he or she felt his torso.
But please, my lord, my learned friend was in pains when the state was leading the witness to say that questions should not be repeated. But the past 3-4 questions are repetitive questions. If my learned friend can perhaps indicate as to why it's necessary to repeat all these questions. Otherwise, the state objects to those repeated questions being repeated.
The Lordship, I agree, maybe the last question was repeated, not all of them. The question then will be, Your Lordship, if I may rephrase. If someone comes and tells the court that she was the one or he was the one who was pressing the wound in the car, what would be your comment?
Uma ngeza umile la enkantolo athi nguye ke ingaba wesilisa noma wesifazane athi nguye ke bekaqindezela lenxeba phakathi lapha emotweni uzothini ngakho uzophawula uthini ngakho.
Akeze court, court angithi la isikhuluma khona. Akeze court azotshela icourt. Hayi ukuthi ngizwe ngathi. Akeze court.
Let him or her come before the Honorable Court because that's where we give our testimony. Let her or him come and speak before the Honorable Court.
Sir, I'd like to put it to you. If you cared dearly so much about the deceased, why you had to pull him, according to your statement or testimony, why you have to drag him to the car?
Uma benimkhathalela kangaka usenzo kuya ngofakazi ungani bemele nimdonse
Once again,
ungaphenduli.
I don't know, maybe it's because of the lateness of the hour, but this question has been asked before, it has been answered. If my learned friend can indicate as to why he's repeating this. In fact, I see we way beyond the normal court sitting time, my lord.
Let's first hear why the question has to be repeated.
Your Lordship, the question is not, basically it's not repeated. I'm laying the basis for the next question. Unless the court says I must shoot straight to the question I want to ask without laying the basis.
Yes,
on this.
you can shoot.
It will sound rude, Your Lordship. I think maybe we can adjourn for the day tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll stand with it because it's a very sensitive question.
Tomorrow you are not going to repeat. You are going
Yes,
to
tomorrow I'm
shoot.
starting with that sensitive question. Yes, Your Lordship. Yes, Your Lordship.
Well, just one quick point before we adjourn regarding the witness that is passed on Makaleni. Mr. Makaleni, I can also mention that he's omitted from the list of witnesses that was given to the defense or in the indictment.
Oh, okay. By agreement, may the accused rise. By agreement, this case is postponed overnight to the 15th of November 2022. Mr. Madala, the same approach obtains that you do not discuss this matter with anyone until you are excused from the witness dock.
Right.